Welcome back to day 3 of our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Team Championships. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by the best producer, Daniel Westhoff. And here we are, day 3, hour 22 of this broadcast. And of course, Alex Gruskin has his stream as well going. So we'll have a ton of regional finals for you today. 3 main matches. We'll start with Ohio State men and Louisville men. So let's get right into it, into the doubles point to start off this match. And we will introduce all 3 doubles matches in action this morning at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center here at Ohio State. Ohio State, of course, the host of this regional, taking on the Louisville Cardinals. Here on court number 1, we have Natan Rodriguez and Fabian Saye for Louisville. They are taking on Robert Cash and Justin Boulais. Here on our main screen, we do see Cash and Boulais with multiple chances to take this opening game. The Ohio State Buckeyes are closest to us on our screen. And looking at this Ohio State duo, Natan Rodriguez is rather from Louisville, but Justin Boulais is from Ohio State, and he is closest to us right here on our screen at net. Boulais is a senior out of Oakville, Ontario. He's a 15-6 singles record and 126 doubles matches for the Buckeyes. His junior year, that was back in 2022. And meanwhile, we have our first deuce point deciding point of this doubles match. Quick hands at the net. And Ohio State takes it after a bit of a shaky opening game. Buckeyes hold to go up 1-0 here on court number 1. And Justin Boulais is partnered up today with Robert Cash. Robert Cash is a senior out of New Albany, Ohio, staying in-state for his college tennis career. He was the team captain last year and finished the year ranked as part of the #1 doubles team in the nation. He had one of the best doubles seasons in school history. He finished the year with a single season school record of 45 wins, 45-7 overall on the year. And so heading towards us right here, we do see that Louisville duo of Natan Rodriguez and Fabian Saye. Natan Rodriguez is a sophomore out of Brazil. Rodriguez was 11-3 on the singles court so far this season. He's been 16-4 on the doubles court with Saye, so he and Saye have been quite a duo, winning most of their matches at this top spot. Saye concluded the fall season. He was ranked 25 in the nation in singles and was 9 in the country in doubles with Saye. And looking at his partner, Fabian Saye, he is a grad student from France. He comes to the Louisville Cardinals after a career at Arizona State. He is 12-4 on the singles court so far during his graduate year with the Cards. And he spent the past 4 years at Arizona State, where he was ranked as high as number 52 on the singles court and was top 30 on the doubles ITA rankings. As we do see Louisville starting off nice and aggressive at the net. It's a big serve +1 here on court number 1.
Here we go, D. Just go, D.
As we see if this duo can even it up at 1. And first 3 games are so important of a doubles match. Of course, these college doubles matches are played first 2 6 games. That is just 1 set no ad scoring. And the first team to win 2 out of 3 of these doubles matches that we see in action does take the opening point of the college match, also known as the doubles point, as we see double fault here from the Cardinals. Meanwhile, looking at Ohio State, the Buckeyes, fresh off their 17th consecutive Big Ten title, and that does lead all sports, 17 in a row, under head coach Ty Tucker here in Columbus. So we do see now 30-all Cash and Boulets just 2 points away from a break. And we will, of course, introduce all of the doubles matches in action today in Columbus. But we will first take a look to see who takes the second game. Again, a critical moment for both teams here. 30-all. Cards down 1 love. We do see Ohio State finding their way into net, and that is 2 breakpoint opportunities now for the Buckeyes. And looking at Louisville as a whole this year in 2023. Cardinals are 17-11. They win 6-6 in conference play, and they did win 10 matches at home. That was a big serve from the Cards to set up a deuce point deciding point. Of course, meanwhile, Ohio State has been a force, both in the Big Ten and nationally. They're 30-2 on the season, 9-0 in conference play. And that deuce point goes to Louisville. Nice serve +1 there from the Cardinals. So, Westhoff, we are tied at 1. Let's hop on over to court number 2. Let's make court 2 our main screen here as we're tied at 1. And closest to us, the Louisville duo of Etienne Donné and Sergio Hernandez. They're taking on Andrew Luschenegg and James Trotter. And that one sails long off the racket of the Cardinals. As we see that we are tied at 1 here. 1-all, 15-all here on court number 2. So we do see here OSU now with the chance to take a 2-1 lead here on court number 2. So it's 2-1 in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court number 3 now. Court number 3 is we will go back to number 2 and chat a little bit more about these players, but we do see Ohio State now with an early 3-love lead. Here on court number 3. Not sure if it's the camera or in real life, but a bit darker here on court number 3. Maybe we have a light out at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center, and we do see, though, Louisville battling back, trying to get on the board. This Louisville duo on the far side of Will Mayu and Matthew Fung taking on Ken Kingsley and JJ Tracy. And J.J. Tracy is a junior out of Powell, Ohio. He was the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in 2021, as well as a single All-American. Last season, he had a team-best 36-6 singles record, including 19-1 in team matches on that singles court. He was ranked in the top 21 of the singles rankings all season. He spent 7 weeks at number 11 in the nation. He reached the round of 16 at the 2022 NCAA Individual Championship. As we do see, Louisville does get on the board. And Tracy is playing today with Cannon Kingsley. Cannon Kingsley is a senior out of Northport, New York. He's a 2-time singles All-American in 2020 and 2022. And he was also the ITA National Rookie of the Year. That was back in 2020, when he went 19-3 in singles, 10-1 on the doubles court. And Kingsley was the #1 recruit in the USTA junior rankings, the #2 recruit in his overall class in 2019. As we see Kingsley and Tracy continuing to dominate on serve here on court number 3. And that is a classic Ohio State Buckeyes game there. 40 love on serve over in about 3 minutes. So West up, let's go back to court number 2. Court number 2 as we check out the action, as we do see the Buckeyes starting to pull ahead here on 2 as well, up to 130 love. Closest to us on our screen, Andrew Lushnag and James Trotter. James Trotter is a redshirt senior out of Kyogo, Japan. Andrew Lushnag, a redshirt senior out of Richboro, Pennsylvania. And this duo is taking on Etienne Dane and Sergio Hernandez on the far side of our screen. Etienne Dane is a senior out of Lyon, France. Spent a stint at Oklahoma State before joining the Cardinals. As a senior, he has been 7-3 overall on that singles court. He finished the fall season ranked 42 in the ITA rankings. Spending his first 2 years at Oklahoma State, where he helped Oklahoma State reach the second round of the 2021 NCAA Team Championship. And his post-college ambition is to play professionally. Etienne Dane is paired up with Sergio Hernandez. Hernandez is a 5th year out of Columbia. He was 7-2 overall throughout the fall season, was 6-1 with Matthew Fung on that doubles court. And the main difference between Ohio State and basically everyone else, perhaps except for TCU and Texas, the 2 dominant teams out of the Lone Star State, OSU is able to take this doubles point often in between 10 and 15 minutes. And that makes a huge difference, as we do see OSU starting to break ahead here on courts number 2 and 3. As Lushnag and Trotter are up 3-1, 30-11. That's really a combination of OSU's aggression at net, but also big serving and high first serve percentage from these Buckeyes. We've seen it all season. Here at Crack Racket says, we have called conference play. And many times have I watched Ohio State take the doubles point in not much time at all. So we do see now 4 chances for OSU here on court number 2 to take a 4-1 lead.
Go, JB. 30 off.
And looking at Ohio State, so far in the NCAA tournament, they took down ETSU on Saturday. That was 4-love. So now Louisville, though, here on court number 3 does have 2 chances to make it 4-2. This is a vital hold for the Louisville Cardinals if they want to stay in this doubles point as a whole, as we do see Cards do trail 4-1 on court number 2. And that is just fantastic aggression from Ohio State to set up a deuce point deciding point here on court number 3. As we see Louisville coaching staff helping their players set up for this deuce point deciding point. Crucial moment for the Cards. OSU now with a look at a second serve. Ohio State is there. Ohio State's still there. Oh my gosh. Louisville misses an overhead right on top of the net. So that's 5-1 for Ohio State. A shaky deuce point. OSU is able to hang in there. Unfortunately for Cardinal fans, that overhead was a bit of a home run. Right to the back fence there. So 5-1 for OSU. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see Ohio State taking a 3-1 lead there on court number 1. That took a bit longer. Meanwhile, 4-1 lead for Ohio State on court number 2. So it is 12:20 p.m. and Ohio State finds themselves 3 games in total away from the doubles point against Louisville. And Cardinals have not played badly in this doubles point. Besides that unfortunate overhead miss for Louisville, it was nice threading the needle there from this number 3 double squad. Louisville has been outmatched in this doubles point. Again, Ohio State just able to dominate quickly and early in these points, even on return of serves. Really, OSU's body weight, we're just seeing the men in red body weight moving forward into the court this whole time. So we do see now OSU on the board in this 5-1 game as Louisville tries to serve and stay in it. And that was a nice return game there. On the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, here on the right side, it's 5-1, 30 all, so OSU just 2 points away. Will Mayu and Matthew Fung here on court number 3 doing a nice job hanging in this game. Trying to extend this doubles point a little longer, but Ohio State is just too aggressive. So that's a match point, Westhoff. Match point for the OSU Buckeyes. And that's match. 6-1 for Cannon Kingsley and JJ Tracy. That is the first point to go to Ohio State within this overall doubles point. So Ohio State needs 1 more whereas Louisville needs both of these remaining matches. That will be a tall order for the Cardinal. But let's check out court number 2, Westhoff. Court number 2, let's make that a double box, even better. Thanks to super producer Daniel Westhoff. Here, 4-2. Luchenig and Trotter lead on the right side of our screen. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, Cash and Boulais are up 3-2. And to get here to the regional final, looking at Louisville pulling out a 4-3 win against Texas Tech. That was on Saturday in Columbus, Ohio. What a fun match to watch that one and see the Cardinals fight and use one another's energy. As it did come down to Etienne Donné and Ole Wallen from Texas Tech. Etienne Donné ended up coming up with a 6-4 in the third victory. A huge win for this Louisville program. As we do see now, 4-2 30-all on court number 2. Meanwhile, Rodriguez and Said putting up quite a fight on court number 1. A battle of two of the top doubles teams in the nation as we're tied at 3 on the left side of our screen. And for Ohio State, that makes it even more important here on court number 2 for OSU to find a way to stay ahead, keep that scoreboard pressure on Louisville, because court number 1, again, high level of talent that we hope to see again in the NCAA doubles championships. Could be a potential rematch later on this month. So 4-2 30-all. Ohio State does actually have 2 points now to go up 5-2. OSU, of course, led by the legend himself, Ty Tucker, tennis center, named after Tucker as well. That's a big serve from Ohio State, so it's 5-2. 1 game away for OSU here on court number 2. Meanwhile, we can go full screen on court number 1 for a moment as we check in at this top line on the doubles court. And again, Louisville able to push Ohio State at this number 1 spot. So very interesting to watch this matchup between 4 of the best doubles players in the nation here in 2023. And again, lets our plate if they do fall in on that first or second serve. Nice return there from Rodriguez and Sae. So it's 40-15 now. A few chances for the Cardinals to break. Meanwhile, we do see the Bucks are back in action on the right side of our screen. Some quick hands there at the net. So Ohio State saves 1 break point. There's still 2 more that Louisville has on the racket here. And again, Louisville doing a nice job on court number 1 of really dipping those returns low. So even though Ohio State's moving, that's a great strategy to dip it down to their feet. And again, make them have to hit up on the ball. And we do find ourselves now with a deuce point deciding point.
There you go.
Meanwhile, Bucks are 3 points away from the doubles point on court number 2. but that is some big serving from Ohio State, so they hold on court number 1. Here on 2. Bucks just continuing to roll here.
Hey, no worries, Dave.
We do see associate head coach Justin Cronag on the sideline today for the Bucks. And that falls in. So that comes from a lot of rocket head speed on that Ohio State ball. As again, Louisville thought that was going to sail long, but it drops. So Ohio State's now just 2 points away. And it's match point. Buckeye fans, it's 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time. And as Archit Suresh says, thank you for your wonderful work with Cracked Rackets, Archit. He asks what the number would be for the average time of an Ohio State doubles point victory. And he said it feels like it's within 30 minutes, and I have to agree with that, having called a number of them at this point. So it's 1 minute before 30 minutes. It takes 29 minutes for the Ohio State Buckeyes to take the doubles point 6-2. Luschneig and Trotter take it at court number 2. So Ohio State starts off 1-0 against Louisville. Overall, again, these college tennis matches are played to 4 points. So Ohio State now needs 3 of these 6 singles matches that are being set up right now. Cardinals will need 4 out of these 6 singles matches. And again, this is the regional final. So the winner of this match will head to Orlando for the Sweet 16. And we will just get our camera set up as Ohio State and Louisville gets their players set up at the 1 through 6 single spots. So we'll be back after a short break. Welcome back to the cross-court cast of the NCAA Team Championships, the 2023 edition. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff here at Cracked Racquets. If you are tuning in from the NCAA website or from the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel, we thank you for joining us today and perhaps all weekend. For those diehard tennis fans, we have been here for over 21 hours now here on the Cracked Racquets stream, calling all college tennis matches here at the Division I Regional Finals as we are here at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center, where number 3 Ohio State is looking to advance past Louisville to punch their ticket to the Sweet 16 in Orlando. Meanwhile, Ohio State does take the doubles point in 29 minutes over Louisville, and the Bucks are just starting singles now. So we will start off introducing all the singles matches in action this afternoon here at Ohio State. We start with our number 1 singles court, where Etienne Donné here for Louisville on the close side is taking on Justin Boulais on the far side. Boulais does hold to open up this match. Nice finish there from Etienne Donné at the net. Donné here at the number 1 single spot. Again, had a huge win yesterday to clinch Louisville's spot into this opportunity to play Ohio State. Louisville took down Texas Tech 4-3. It all came down to Etienne Donné at that number 1 single spot. He does pull through 6-4 in the third. And less than 24 hours, he is back, taking on Justin Boulais here on court number 1. And Donné is originally from Lyon, France. He comes to join Louisville after 2 years at Oklahoma State, where he helped OSU reach the second round of the 2021 NCAA Team Championship. As a senior in the fall, he went 7-3 overall on the singles court, adding 3 doubles victories as well. And Donné taking on Justin Boulais. Boulais is a senior out of Oakville, Ontario. Of course, the brother of Isabelle Boulais, a member of the Ohio State women's tennis team, as well as the Big Ten Freshman of the Year in 2019. Big accomplishment for Isabelle. And looking at Justin, he is 15-6 after his singles record season his junior year. He won 26 matches on the doubles court for the Buckeyes. He was ranked top 20 in the doubles rankings all season. He spent 8 weeks at that number 2 spot. And meanwhile, he was top 550 in the world in the ATP Pro Tennis before committing to Ohio State. He was also a member of Canada's U16 Junior Davis Cup team. As we do see now, Boulais with a chance at a second serve here at 30-all. And that one-handed backhand does go in the net from the lefty. So Etienne Donné now has 2 chances to tie us up at 1 in this first set. Donné struggling with that first serve a little bit on these key points. sails wide, so it's a deuce point, deciding point, break point here on court number 1. So deuce point, deciding point, our first of this singles match here on the top spot. Dane has missed the last 3 serves on his first serve since 30-all. What a get. But it does seem that Justin Boulais is able to break with that beautiful slice angle he comes up with on the deuce point, and that is why he is playing in the top spot for the number 3 team in the nation. So Boulais is now up 2-11. Westop, let's take a look at court number 2 now. Court number 2 in our big screen. As we see here, Natan Rodriguez is taking on Cannon Kingsley. Rodriguez has multiple chances to hold and send us 2-1 here. Natan Rodriguez closest to our screen is a sophomore out of Brazil. Throughout the fall season, Rodriguez was 11-3 on the singles court, as well as 16-4 on the doubles court with his teammate Fabien Saye. He ended the fall season ranked 25 in the nation in singles and number 9 in the country with Saye. They were down 4-3 to Robert Cash and Justin Boulais at that top double spot earlier today during the doubles point, which of course Ohio State did take at the number 2 and 3 spots. So we are all tied up at 1, and on the far side of our screen here on court number 1, we see Cannon Kingsley. Kingsley, of course, the number 1 recruit in the USTA standings, number 2 recruit in his entire class of 2019. He was ranked as high as number 10 in the world in the junior rankings, and also was top 600 on the pro circuit. Kingsley was coached by his father, Harry, in junior tennis, among other coaches. And he was a 2-time All-American in 2020 and 2022. As we do see now, Kingsley up 40-love. On serve here to go up 2-1 against Rodriguez. And he does. Big serve out wide. The ace takes us to 2-1. OSU is up on court number 2. And now let's check out court number 3. As we see here on 3, we have Fabien Saye from Louisville taking on JJ Tracy.
Jack. Come on, Jack. Come on here. Come on.
Fabien Saye, a graduate student out of France. Saye comes to Louisville after 4 years playing for Arizona State, where he was one of the 2 team captains for the Sun Devils his senior year, which was last year back in 2022.
No worries, Jack. No worries, Jack. No worries.
He was ranked as high as number 52 in the world in singles, rather 52 in the nation in singles, number 29 in doubles on the ITA rankings. And looking at his success in the world, though, he did collect several qualification round wins in ITF Pro Futures tournaments in junior tennis. He also is in the singles semifinals of the SEB outdoor event in Sweden before heading to college. And he is taking on, of course, a known name in Ohio State athletics, JJ Tracy, who is now a junior, trained at Smith Stearns Academy.
Go, Jimbo!
Tracy was the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in 2021. He was a singles All-American last season in 2022, reaching the round of 16 in the individual portion of the big dance. He had a team best 36-6 singles record, and he went 19-1 in dual team matches. As we see, the Buckeyes now, after taking the doubles point over Louisville, have leads or tied up at all of the courts, including courts 5 and 6, some 3 love leads, which we will bring to you shortly, as we have them already on the left side of our screen. We do see courts number 4 and 5. We do see JJ Tracy, though, here with multiple break points over Saye. And going back to Ohio State's legendary coach, Ty Tucker. He is a 15-time Big Ten Coach of the Year. He's 651-98 overall at the helm of Ohio State. 219-13 in the Big Ten. Absolutely mind-blowing numbers. He joined the Ohio State men's tennis team in 1999 at the helm. That is the year I was born. Ty Tucker has been coaching longer than I have been alive here at Ohio State. As we see here, a deuce point deciding point on court number 3. Again, early on in these first 3-4 games of these singles matches, critical moments for the Cardinals to try to hold their ground against a Buckeye team who feels extremely comfortable playing here at home in the regional final. And that is a break from JJ Tracy. A bit of a shaky approach shot there, but he gets away with it. So, Westhoff, let's head to court number 4 now. Court number 4, as James Trotter does take a 3-2 lead here over Matthew Fung. And we'll come back to court 4, but while they change ends, let's head to 5. Court number 5 here in our main screen. As we see Alexander Bernard taking on Andre Steinbach. It's already 4-love for Bernard, as the lefty is just gripping and ripping here on court number 5. Alexander Bernard, who is closest to us on our screen, is a freshman out of Bonita Springs, Florida. He was the number 3 recruit in the class of 2022, a 3-time ITF singles champion, and all of his junior success also put him in the top 10 in the world in the junior rankings. His career high was number 9. He also is a former champion at Kalamazoo in the boys 16 under event, one of the most coveted junior tennis events, perhaps the most for young players growing up in the States. The girls' version, of course, is in San Diego at the hardcourt national event at Barnes Tennis Center. Meanwhile, Bernard has multiple chances to break and take a 5-love lead here over Andre Steinbach here on court number 5. Steinbach is a freshman as well, so it's a freshman battle here at 5. Steinbach hails from Lahr, Germany. He won 8 matches combined, doubles and singles this past fall for the Cardinals, and it is 5-love for Bernard here on court number 5. So, Westhoff, let's quickly check in during the break with court number 6 as these players change ends. And we do see Ohio State's Jack Anthrop taking on Louisville's David Mizrahi. And Anthrop does have an early 3-1 advantage here on court number 6. Jack Anthrop is a redshirt freshman out of Orlando, Florida. And he joined the program in January of 2022, redshirting during that spring season. So this is his first official season of dual match play here in the NCAAs. And he was the number 4 overall recruit in his class, the top-ranked player in 14 and 16s, and was also top in the world in juniors. Number 17 was his career high ranking. He also has competed in both the U.S. Open and French Open juniors, of course, the junior Grand Slams. Our dreams for all of us junior tennis players before coming to college. And that was quite a lob there from Jack Anthrop. So it's 15-all here on court number 6. Meanwhile, David Mizrahi is a graduate student out of Brooklyn, New York, was a graduate of the Laurel Springs School. He ended this past fall season with an 84 doubles record with his teammate Will Mayu, adding 4 singles victories as well, reaching that ITA Ohio Valley Regional Doubles Final with Mayu. He ended the fall season ranked 56 in the nation on that doubles court. And he was number 37 in the country in his recruiting class. And he says that most people do not know that he's also a good basketball player. Not relatable, but we always love to see multi-sport athletes here at Craft Rackets, and so on court number 5, that first set does go to Alexander Bernard, 6-love over Andre Steinbach. So the first set is earned by the Buckeyes there on court number 5. So we do see the Bucks now with starting to gain some distance, at least on these first 2 singles courts, top 2 for love for Justin Boulais, 4-1 for Cannon Kingsley. And meanwhile, Bernard does take that 6-love first set over Andre Steinbach, and right here on court number 6, it is now 3-2. As we go back to court number 4, we are tied up at 3. In that first set, it's our closest first set at the moment here in Columbus. As James Trotter is in action here on court number 4, taking on Matthew Fung. Matthew Fung is a senior, originally out of Miami, Florida. Again, we talk about the hubs of junior tennis. Miami, Florida is one of them. The state of Florida in total is one of them. California and Texas are also places where we see a lot of successful junior players growing up and training before heading to the college tennis ranks. Fung finished the fall season ranked 61 in the ITA singles rankings. He was a 5-star recruit before college, ranked number 39 nationally in his class. He's majoring in computer engineering and computer science. His post-college ambition is to become an engineer. As we see, Fung is able to engineer the closest first set so far here on court number 4. But James Trotter now does have 2 chances to hold and join his other Buckeye teammates with his first set leads. James Trotter, a redshirt senior out of Hyogo, Japan. He was all Big Ten first team last season in 2022, going 21-8 on the singles court, 6-0 at the number 3 and 4 positions. Also won 17 doubles matches and spent 8 weeks at that number 2 ranking in the nation, as we do see Trotter taking a 4-3 lead on the singles court. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 1, as we do see Justin Boulais has a 5-love lead over Etienne Danet. And part of what makes this Ohio State team so lethal is the depth that this team has, as we see a lot of the time these matches finishing first at the 4 through 6 spots. So that really gives a lot of freedom and takes the pressure off the top 3 line players, because you know that your 4 through 6 are basically locks, as we say here at Cracked Rackets. Then it allows that number 1, the number 2 player to have a bit closer matches with players, of course, who are to the top in the nation. As we see here, that quick lead might be at that number 1 spot here for the Buckeyes, as Boulais now just 3 points away from a 6-love first set. But that was a bit of a lucky let cord for Etienne Danet, who now has a few chances to get on the board in this first set. And so Etienne Danet does hold, so it's 5-1 here on court number 1. Meanwhile, the Buckeyes are up 4-1 now on courts number 2 and 3. And up 4-3 on 4 and 4-2 on 6. And Michigan and Ohio State in both the men and women's ITA ranks and also quality of play have really elevated themselves to a different level in the Big Ten here in 2023. As Michigan women did take down Ohio State in the final of the Women's Big Ten Championship. Ohio State, of course, did the same to Michigan on the men's side. I'm looking at this Louisville squad. This team is a lot of experience on this team. 3 graduate students and 3 seniors. So 6 players are upperclassmen in their final 2 years of eligibility in college tennis. And so we saw again, that really helped Louisville carry them through that Texas Tech win again, so gritty, coming down to Etienne Donné at that number 1 singles line yesterday, a 6-4 win in the third for Donné to send Louisville to this regional final. Meanwhile, Ohio State does have 5 seniors, so it is really a battle of the upperclassmen today here at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center, as we do see Justin Boulais now just 2 points away from the first set against Etienne Donné. Big serve there from Boulais sets up two set point opportunities for Justin Boulais here on court number 1. So Westhoff, could we see that set point graphic here for Justin Boulais? And I have a feeling that we're going to need that set point graphic a few more times within the next few minutes, looking at the overall scores here on these top 6 singles courts. So it's a second serve now here for Boulais. That one sails long on the first set point. Some nice solid play by Etienne Donné. And of course, if you're playing a lefty like Boulais and you're right like Donné, looking for those forehand cross courts, those forehand short angles to the Boulais backhand, making him hit some uncomfortable high slices from that topspin forehand. But we do see Boulais here. Watch for the first serve, the lefty slice out wide. Big serve from Boulais, though. It was down the tee, but it did the job, so 6-1. The first set goes to Justin Boulais on that number 1 singles court. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop to court number 3 because it is 5-1 for JJ Tracy on court number 3. As we see here, it is also 5-3 on court number 4 for the Buckeyes. And Westhoff, we can go to court number 4. Let's do that. Let's just make court number 4 our big screen, as we do see James Trotter is just 3 points away from a first set here against Matthew Fung. And that one does sail wide. And taking a moment to appreciate these one-handed backhands on this Ohio State men's team. That is not easy to be such an elite player in the college tennis ranks, but have a one-hander. And we've seen this a lot in the men's side. These players are able to keep just one hand on that backhand, and even outdoors be able to take it early and have control just like that. Just we saw James Trotter stepping into that one-hander, because that's what these guys have to do. That was a great passing shot from Matthew Fung. Meanwhile, that one grips the line, so 30-15 Fung leads here on court number 4, but it's not easy. You have to really take the ball on the rise when you have that one-handed backhand to avoid a lot of these players have very heavy forehands, so that heavy forehand high to a one-handed backhand, not easy to tolerate, but we see a lot of these guys doing it very successfully. We see Trotter really controlling that point off his forehand now. So we'll see if that ball did sail long off the racket of Feng. But it did not. It caught. Or rather, it did. It did sail long. So 40-15. Trotter has multiple set point opportunities. So set point here for Trotter on 4. And that's set. 6-3 for James Trotter. And Westhoff, let's quickly go to court number 6 as Jack Anthrop does have a set point against David Mizrahi. Let's see if we can catch that in our big screen. As we do see set point for Jack Anthrop. And it is a deuce point, set point, deciding point here on court number 6 as David Mizrahi does a nice job there of getting that return deep. And we also talk about the importance of depth and something that all coaches preach, and of course, many tennis players are well aware of during a match. There are some nerves involved if that depth does suffer a bit, but Ohio State often able to keep their body weight moving forward through the court, which helps that depth, as we do see Anthrop looking to set up this deuce point. He does. So 6-2, Jack Anthrop takes the first set here on court number 6. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop to court number 2. Court number 2 as Kenan Kingsley is up 5-2 against Natan Rodriguez. Up 30 love here on 2. And a quick time check. It is an hour and 11 minutes in to this match, and Ohio State is picking up the first sets. When the dust falls, we will give you an update overall with all of these first sets, as we're seeing a lot of them finish up in the next 2-3 minutes. Wow. That return from Kenan Kingsley. Hands Kingsley the first set, so 6-2 for Kenan Kingsley. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out court number 3 as JJ Tracy is up 5-2 against Fabian Saye. So Tracy now just 2 points away. And you know what's insane is that 1 hour and 12 minutes in now, Tracy would be the last one of the Buckeyes to take a first set here over Louisville.
There, Barney. Go, Barney.
Great backhand down the line there from Fabian Saye. Sets up 2 chances for Saye to serve and stay in this first set. But as I said, 5 out of 6 of these first sets go the way of Ohio State. Tracy is up 5-2 here on court number 3. So the singles from Ohio State so far has been a bit scary if you are a Louisville fan. So we'll have to see if the Cards are able to rebound in the second set. And really, these first sets have been controlled by Ohio State, as we do see deuce point, deciding point, set point here for JJ Tracy to break Fabian Saye here on court number 3. So set point here for Saye. Saye with a look at a second serve now. Some nice rips there from Saye, but they're all coming back. They're all coming back pretty deep from the racket of JJ Tracy. And JJ Tracy takes the first set 6-2, so that is 6 first sets for the Ohio State Buckeyes. And guess what, Buckeye fans? If you are looking for second set leads, you may already find one at court number 5. So Westhoff, let's check out Alexander Bernard on court number 5, who in all this time is already up 6-love, 3-love against Andre Steinbach. So we are starting second sets on all of these courts now. And meanwhile, here on court number 5, Bernard is already up 3-love. And for Louisville, if that final stand is going to come, it's going to have to be now and in these first 3 games of the second set again. That is historically where players of all calibers, it's the easiest to lose a bit of focus in those first 3 games after taking a first set. So now is the time for Louisville to see if there's any way that the Cardinals can get the ball a bit deeper and stop the bleeding here in Columbus, as Bernard now 6-love, 3-love on 5. That one does sail along off the racket of Bernard. Meanwhile, we do see first game going to OSU on court number 1. First game going to Matthew Fung on court number 4. And of course, if you want even more college tennis, you can check out Alex Gruskin's stream that is going on simultaneously. And here on my stream, we will have the Duke men's regional final and the Texas men's regional final. Those both kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern time. As meanwhile, we see if Louisville can find a way to hang in a bit longer here against the Buckeyes. And Bernard, just such a simple technique there on the forehand side. Really just turns and is right to the ball on that lefty forehand and really able to use that inside out nicely. So it's 30-all here on court number 5. But that one does sail long, so it's 2 breakpoint opportunities for Steinbach here. And that is, of course, the dangerous thing about being in front 6-love, 3-love is that one break and momentum can shift at any point in these matches. So if you are a Cardinal fan, down but not out. Again, Louisville coming off that gritty 4-3 win over Texas Tech on Saturday. So this team knows how to battle. They are able to get themselves back into this match. But Bernard just does not miss. He's a wall here at court number 5. Here on break point, Bernard just staying nice and patient, working the point to the Steinbach backhand. And that is a deuce point deciding point. But again, that is what makes Alexander Bernard so dangerous here at court number 5, is that we've seen him stepping in for the past hour here on 5, but at the same time, he can also hang back there and grind. And that ball is still very high quality. Deuce point deciding point here on court number 5.
Go, Barney.
Second serve now for Bernard. And that is a game for Louisville's Andre Steinbach. So Steinbach is on the board here on court number 5. And Westhoff, let's switch things up and go to court number 1 as Justin Boulais is up 2-love in that second set against Etienne Donné. So Boulais takes that opening set 6-1, and now it's 2-love for the Buckeyes here on 1. We do see Donné doing everything he can to keep some pressure on Boulais, and coming in, even if not on the perfect approach, is sometimes the way to go. Again, if you are down 6-1, 2-love, trying new things, being creative out there, that is the way to try to get back into this match. So Boulais continues to rip here.
Hey, Barney.
Looking at Ohio State last season, Buckeyes went 28-4. They did, of course, win the Big Ten championship, which they have done now for 17 years in a row. But they went 28-4 back in 2022, losing to Kentucky 4-1. Then ranked number 9 in the country. That was a 4-1 loss in the NCAA semifinals. And of course, to get there, they took down Michigan 4-2, took down USC 4-2, and 4-0'd Columbia and Youngstown State. So we do see Donné now. Multiple chances to get on the board in the second set. Big serve from Etienne Donné, so that's 2-1. Justin Boulais leads here on court number 1. And so Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 4. Court number 4, as Louisville's Matthew Fung has taken a 2-1 lead in this second set against James Trotter. That is a lead for Cardinal fans. And while they're on the changeover, let's head to 5. So we do see if Alexander Bernard can make that a 4-1 advantage now in the second set over Andre Steinbach, as he is 2 points away from another break here on 5. That was a nice dip there from Bernard, so 2 chances to break and go up 4-1 here on court number 5. And that one sails wide, so it's 4-1, a bit of frustration here from the Cardinals on court number 5. But that is 4-1 now, as we change ends for Alexander Bernard. And Westhoff, let's head back to court number 4 as we check out Matthew Fung and his ability to change the momentum here in this match against James Trotter, as he is up 2-1, the only lead in the second set for a Cardinal. Big serve from James Trotter.
What's that?
And again, if you are looking for that Tennessee men's regional final, that is with Alex Gruskin on our other stream here at Cracked Rackets. That one sails way long off the racket of Trotter. So 30-15 now here on court number 4. And we see, meanwhile, on court number 6, that is a 2-love lead now for Ohio State's Jack Anthrop in the second set. That one sails wide off the racket of Fung, so James Trotter now. Multiple chances to tie us back up here on 4. And shout out to Matthew Fung, though, because it's not easy when the rest of your teammates are going down in a rather quick battle so far here in Columbus for Matthew Fung to step up and take that second set lead, even if it was a bit short-lived, as we are tied up at 2 now here on court number 4. And so Westhoff, let's quickly head back to court number 5. Court number 5, as we do see Bernard now is just close to 1 game away. Up 40-love here to take a 5-1 lead in that second set. So we do see Ohio State either tied up early or in the lead on all 6 singles courts here in the second sets as well. So that is a 5-1 lead here for Alexander Bernard against Andre Steinbach. So he's 1 game away. Again, time check. We are less than an hour and a half into this match. Ohio State Buckeyes making very quick work so far of the Louisville Cardinals, who, again, solid team. Gritty Cardinals that are just having trouble hanging with the sheer power and aggression of Ohio State, as these Buckeye men are fearless when it comes to ending points very early on all courts, 1 through 6. And we have seen that evolution, which I've talked about on this stream a fair bit, the evolution of that number 6 singles player in men and women's college tennis, as these players no longer are quote-unquote just grinders. They are multi-dimensional athletes who can step in and really take any ball in the middle of the court, anywhere in the lineup. And that is a winner at this elite level of college tennis. So it's 5-1 again here for Bernard, as our score is not quite updated in the lower left-hand corner of our screen. Hopefully that will reflect that Bernard is up 6-love 5-1 at the moment against Andre Steinbach here on court number 5. So Bernard now just 2 points away. Meanwhile, we do see on court number 6, Jack Anthrop is now up 6-3-love against David Mizrahi. And Justin Boulez has made it a 3-1 lead against Etienne Donné on court number 1 in that second set. Meanwhile, we're tied up early at the other courts in action. And a nice second serve there from Andre Steinbach. Steinbach, again, just a freshman in this freshman battle. Alexander Bernard also a first year. And that overhead sails long, so it is match point here on court number 5 for Alexander Bernard. Match point for the Ohio State Buckeyes. As OSU again leads 1-0 overall after taking the doubles point. This would be the first single victory for the Bucks today. Second serve now, Bernard has a chance to step in. Sails just wide off the racket of Bernard, so we play on here on court number 5. Solid depth here on 5 on this match point. And that is a huge rip from Andre Steinbach. So it's a deuce point, match point, deciding point here on court number 5. Once again, Andre Steinbach found a way to step in these past 2 points. Can he do it one more time to extend this match with Alexander Bernard? And the answer is yes. So we play on here on court number 5. 5-2 now. Here's our score. (5-2) for the Buckeyes on court number 5. So Westhoff, let's check out court number 1 right now. Court number 1, as we do see, Justin Boulais is starting to pull ahead here against Etienne Dane, fighting for his chance to go up 4-1 in the second set. Second serve here for Dane.
Good, Connor.
Boulais with huge lob and then overhead. Justin Boulais sneaks in, and it's 4-1 for the Buckeyes here on court number 1. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check back in with court number 5 as we do see Alexander Bernard up 6-love 5-1 now over Andre Steinbach after, rather 5-2, after Steinbach was able to hold on, extend this match a little more. And so far also a strength of the Buckeyes, of course, this is the postseason. So we have a lot of players who are fatigued, and although players are very matched up at this point, of course, in college tennis we play matches all year until we get to this critical postseason period of winner-go-home play in the NCAAs. Although there are a lot of matches that have been played that also comes with fatigue, in Ohio State doing a nice job here, being very efficient on the court, and that does come from aggression. Comes from that aggression, that aggressive mindset, stepping out. Here on court number 5, we've seen Bernard have that this entire time, so Bernard now just 2 points away from a win here at court number 5. And that was an unfortunate let winner. Again, this is a recently updated rule in college tennis is that the lets are now being played on men and women's sides. So we saw that let just strip over the net, and that's enough to set up a match point for Bernard. Steinbach is able to finish that one, so he defends match point number 3. And we play on here on court number 5. And that's some nice ripping from Andre Steinbach on that forehand side again. We do see Steinbach's body weight starting to move forward on those points again. Bernard not able to get as much depth as he has been able to for the remainder of this match. Match point number 4, and he takes it. Alexander Bernard, 6-love, 6-2 over Andre Steinbach on court number 5. The Buckeyes are up 2-love overall in this college tennis match. And Westhoff, let's actually take a moment to head to court number 1 as Justin Boulais is up 4-1 in that second set. So 4-1 for Boulais here on court number 1 as Etienne Donnet fights to extend this match. Some big rips from the Buckeyes here. As we do see Boulais now with multiple chances to extend that lead to 5-1. So Buckeye fans, this match has the potential to be over in under 2 hours. As it is 6-1, 4-1, 40-15 here on court number 1, and Buckeyes are up big on a number of other courts in action today at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center as, again, Buckeyes playing smart, conserving energy. And Westhoff, let's quickly actually head to court number 5 if possible, or rather court number 4 if possible, as we do see James Trotter is up 5-2. We are just starting that game in the second set against Matthew Fung. Again, Ohio State needs 2 more. And Bucks are up 5-2 and 5-1 on courts 4 and 1 respectively, so we will try to get both of those potential match points to you here on Cracked Rackets. That was quick serve +1 there. Off the racket of James Trotter. We see, meanwhile, in the lower left-hand corner of our screen, Etienne Donnet has now taken a 30-love lead as he serves and tries to stay in this. That was a bit of a miss hit off the racket of Fung, but it works. Here on 4, so it's 15-all. And these Buckeyes, unfortunately for Louisville fans, have just come out on a mission today. Absolute dominance here at home in Columbus from these Buckeyes. And on every single court we've really seen, in doubles and singles, Ohio State coming out on a mission. And we do say that college tennis is won or lost in less than 5 points. And we've seen on all of those important points early on in these matches in both sets, the Buckeyes have been establishing themselves through aggressive play. An aggressive play that, hey, it falls in. Buckeyes are bringing the racket head speed to those big points, to those pressure moments, and that is what has made this match not close, is actually how the Buckeyes have played those close points, those deuce points have gone in favor of the Bucks almost every time that we have shown them on our screen. And that is because the Bucks have controlled those points. As we do see, meanwhile, a deuce point deciding point in the upper left-hand corner of our screen on court number 6. And so Trotter now just 2 points away. Meanwhile, Etienne Donné doing a nice job of hanging in there, up 40-15. Down 5-1 in that second set to Justin Boulais. Big serve sets up a match point for James Trotter here on court number 4. Match point for the Bucks. Again, Ohio State needs 2 more to punch their ticket to Orlando in 2023. That one sails long, so it's deuce point deciding point here with James Trotter and Matthew Fung. Fung will choose to receive on the outside. Huge serve. And that is a victory for James Trotter, 6-3, 6-2 over Matthew Fung here on court number 4. That makes it 3-love for the Ohio State Buckeyes. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 1 as we do see Justin Boulais is up 6-1, 5-2 now over Etienne Donné. So, question for Buckeye fans, will your number 1 player be able to serve it out? And the first point does go to Etienne Donné with some nice solid ground strokes there. Meanwhile, we do see JJ Tracy up 6-2, 4-2 against Fabian Saye at the number 3 spot. Cannon Kingsley is up 3-2 in the second set after taking the first against Natan Rodriguez. Same with Jack Anthrop at number 6 singles. So Buckeye fans, your biggest lead right now is here at court number 1 in the second set. Just 1 game away. As the lefty phenom for Ohio State, Justin Boulais, tries to serve it out for the Buckeyes. And that is a let that will be replayed as the ball rolled into the court during that point. Huge serve +1 there from Boulais. And great defense, though, from Etienne Donné. This might be the point of the match, folks. It's still going on. And that is won by Justin Boulais, and that is just too tough from the Ohio State number 1 singles player. It's 15-all. Again, the athleticism from both players. That point to turn defense to offense and then back to defense again as Justin Boulais is able to cover the whole court with just a few quick steps here. So 15-all here on court number 1. But that was a bit impatient there from Boulais, who is trying to shake out his arms to stay loose here at home. And meanwhile, JJ Tracy on court number 3 has extended that second set lead to 4-3 over Fabian Saye. And Boulay showing a bit of impatience here on court number 1 again. Closing out matches, one of the hardest things to do. We are seeing Boulay struggle a bit as shout out to Etienne Donné for staying nice and solid. Just waiting for Boulez to miss, which he is a bit here at court number 1. But that big first serve from Justin Boulez does save one break point. So Donné now still with 2 chances to break. Some nice aggression here from Etienne Donné. Justin Boulez is there though. Great defense, and we play on. Fantastic game from the Cardinal here on court number 1 to keep this match going. So 5-3 Boulez leads now. As Donné has some newfound aggression here on court number 1. It's a lead-in that does not go over. That would have been a bit dangerous if it had dropped over. So now second serve for Etienne Donné. And that is a let, but Boulez is there. What a beautiful sliding one-handed drop shot from Justin Boulez on the run. That was a really athletic shot there from the Ohio State number 1 singles player. Boulez really showing a lot of defensive athleticism in this match, as well as, of course, his lethal offense, but we're seeing the wheels on Justin Boulez here on court number 1. He's just 3 points away. Gets that serve back. And he is just a wall here on court number 1. And again, incredible defense to offense from Boulez these last 2 points. Has really risen his game up a level here on court number 1. And that is what distinguishes the great from the elite, is the ability to rise up and almost find that overdrive level when matches are getting a bit close like they are here, because Etienne Donné has raised his level and Justin Boulez was able to raise it 1 level higher, as we see now Boulez just 2 points away from clinching for the Bucks. That one does sail long though, so 30-15. Now Donné looks to hold. So 30-all. Some nice serves from Etienne Donné. Great serve +1 from Etienne Donné. So Donné now has stormed back here on court number 1. From down 5-1 now to 2 chances to make it 5-4. Against Justin Boulais and Westhoff. Just in case, let's actually bring in number 3 singles. Never mind. Let's wait. We'll see how this point turns out. Perfect. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westhoff for making everything look fantastic as always. So we do see JJ Tracy on court number 3 also threatening to clinch before the number 1 singles player as he's 2 points away. Justin Boulais is down 2 game point opportunities here on court number 1. So we do see it is 5-4 now on court number 1. Meanwhile, we do bring court number 3 to our full screen. So Buckeye fans, there's another player who's just 2 points away from a clinch. Does sail long, so it looks like we do have quadruple match point for Ohio State's JJ Tracy to send OSU to Orlando. Tracy is there. And what a point to finish it off, JJ Tracy. 6-2, 6-3 from defense to offense in the most impressive way for the Buckeyes. Ohio State is heading to Orlando. You have a Sweet 16 team, Buckeye Nation, heading to Orlando for the NCAA team championships, as we do see Ohio State taking the regional championship here on court number 3, thanks to JJ Tracy, 6-2, 6-3 over Fabian Saye. Ohio State is heading to the main site in Orlando. The main site, the final site. The number 3 ranked Buckeyes are through for love over the University of Louisville. Meanwhile, we will have more matches for you. More regional finals in men's college tennis. The Duke men and Texas men will play at the top of the hour. We will be back after a short break. Welcome back to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Team Championship. So we just saw number 3 Ohio State take down number 37 Louisville. 4-love was the final score, so Ohio State is heading to the final site in Orlando, Florida, the round of 16 in the NCAAs. Meanwhile, we bring you on the left side of our screen, Duke and Cornell squaring off at host site Duke. Duke ranked number 11 in the nation, taking on number 41 Cornell. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we have number 1 in the nation, University of Texas Longhorns, taking on number 32 Pepperdine. We see already our host sites do have early leads on courts number 1 and court number 1 in both of these doubles matches. Of course, if you are just joining us, this is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer, the best producer, Daniel Westhoff, here on the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. If you are joining from NCAA.com, from the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel, we thank you for joining us this weekend as we bring you wall-to-wall coverage of the NCAA Regional Finals. Today it is Sunday, May 7th. We are in postseason play, as we do see on the left side of our screen. Garrett Johns and Pedro Ordenas serving closest to our screen. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see Elliot Squazziri and Cleve Harper here. Up 2-love, 40-15 on court number 1. And that one sails on from the side of the Texas Longhorns, so it's 40-30 now. The right side of our screen. And meanwhile, we will be bringing you a third regional final in one moment as the Tennessee men play their regional final for a spot in the Sweet 16 in Orlando, and that match is already into singles, so we will bring that in for you in some triple box action as we go through those singles matches that are currently unfolding at host site Tennessee. Tennessee hosting the men's and women's regional tournaments today. Looking at the Tennessee men playing Wake Forest, we do see Tennessee taking the doubles point over the Demon Deacons. Meanwhile, Tennessee does take first sets on court number 1, and Tennessee up 5-2 on court number 5 and 4. So Westhoff, why don't we actually start with court number 3, because court number 3, Tennessee does have a 5-3 lead. As we do see Blaze Bicknell out of Kingston, Jamaica. Bicknell is 67 and 20 all-time at Tennessee. His highest singles ranking of number 31 in the nation. Also a top 50 doubles player for the Volunteers. Bicknell is in action today against Matthew Thompson from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Thompson not going too far for his college tennis career. We see he is 16-0 on the singles court, has won 38 doubles matches for the Demon Deacons, and we do see Bicknell now just 3 points away from taking the opening set here against Thompson. So Matthew Thompson now with a 30-15 lead. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 5 if possible, as we do have a set point on court number 5. As Angel Diaz, the senior out of Ecuador, a transfer from UT Arlington, does have a set point over Leonardo Tacci. And we see Luciano Tacci to serve here, second serve. And that is the first set off a double fault going to Manny Diaz. So that is another first set for the Tennessee Volunteers. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 4. Let's try 4 here, as we are nearing the ends of first sets. So we will get as many set points to you as possible, as long as they are not going on simultaneously, as we do see. Mitsui does have just 2 points away. That is Shunsuke Mitsui, a sophomore out of Japan. Mitsui is taking on Jerbek Karamov from Wake Forest. Karamov is a graduate student out of Uzbekistan. So meanwhile, it is 30-all now. So Mitsui just 2 points away from yet another set point for the host site, Tennessee. And looking at the Tennessee Volunteers as a whole, University of Tennessee 22-7 on the year. They were 10-2 in conference play and 15-1 at their home site. So going for yet another home victory this afternoon at Rocky Top. And meanwhile, looking at some other first set scores, we do see three first sets so far for the University of Tennessee. Meanwhile, Filippo Moroni from Wake Forest does take the first set on court number 2. So that is one first set for Wake Forest, but in these other first sets, we are seeing Tennessee in control, as Jerbek Karamov with some big serves makes it 5-3 here on court number 4. Meanwhile, the only first set still in action besides this one is on court number 6, where Rodriguez is up 4-3 for Tennessee over Lopez. And so 5-3. Mitsui leads. Guess he'll try to serve out this first set in. Does seem that a let may have been called there, as Mitsui is showing some frustration and but lets are played, so not a first serve let. We're not sure why, but it looks like he had to either repeat that point or he just double faulted. So maybe that first serve was called long, actually. Hard to tell from our broadcast booth, but that certainly looked like a close call for the umpire 2 making that chair. So 15-love, Jurabek Karamov leads. That first serve does sail wide, so Mitsui now. Another second serve. So Jurabek Karamov now up 30-love over Mitsui here on court number 4. And again, looking at the match as a whole, Tennessee is up 1-love. Volunteers need 3 more singles matches, and Volunteers have first sets on 3 of these courts now. Of course, it would be helpful for Tennessee fans to have a bit of leeway here with 4 first sets, as we do see Mitsui and Rodriguez now on courts number 4 and 6, up 5-3 in these first sets. Meanwhile, a bit of a nervous back in there from Karamov. So it's now 30-15. We're on court number 4. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see the host sites, Duke and Texas, with some early leads here in these doubles matches. So 30 all here on 4. And looking at the Duke Blue Devils in the upper left-hand corner of our screen, where the doubles point, Duke is up 3-1 on court number 1, which you are seeing on your screen, but it's 3-2 now. For Duke on court number 2, we are tied up at 2 on court number 3. So we do see a miss hit there from Jurabek Karamov to set up a set point for the Tennessee Volunteers here on court number 4. As we see Shunsuke Mitsui with 2 chances to close out this first set. And some smart play there from Karamov, staying aggressive on that set point. Sets up a deuce point, set point, deciding point here on court number 4. Meanwhile, number 1 team in the nation, University of Texas, is up 4-2 at that number 1 spot, which you do see on your screen. And Pepperdine does have the 3-2 lead at number 2 doubles. Meanwhile, Texas is up 3-2 at that number 3 double spot. Big break from Jurabek Karamov, so it's 5-4 now for Mitsui and the Tennessee Volunteers on court number 4. And meanwhile, Westhoff, we can bring that Texas doubles into our main screen here, as we do see University of Texas with a 4-2 lead. Elliot Spizzeri and Cleve Harper up 4-2. Spizzeri, of course, the number 1 player in the nation. Texas playing with the white shirts on the opposite side of your screen, on the near side of our screen, we do see Pepperdine rocking the white shorts and black shorts. And some fun blue shoes, may I add. So 4-2 for Spizzirri and Harper here at 1. Texas puts Pepperdine on the ground with that overhead. As we do see now. Longhorns looking to pull out a crucial hold here at court number 1. As Texas takes on Daniel DeJohn and Tim Ziedvogel. Solid hands from the Texas Longhorns. As that one sails just barely long. Pepperdine not happy about that one. But we play on here, so Spizzirri and Harper now with multiple chances to extend that lead to 5-2. Jung and Ziedvogel able to thread the needle there. With that lefty return, taking that serve return early, so saving 1 game point. Longhorns still have 2 more chances. Meanwhile, on court number 2, we do see the Pepperdine duo of Iro Vasa and Moxie Holmberg are up 4-2 against Texas. And that one is long, so 5-2 Spizzirri and Harper lead here on court number 1 in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court number 2 as we do see Pepperdine has a chance to extend their lead to 5-2. So we have a potential deciding doubles match here between number 1 Texas and number 32 Pepperdine. But that is not the way to go against the University of Texas. Again, that return right to the strike zone of C. Moldab and Perez Bailey. So we do see now deuce point, deciding point here on 2. Critical moment for the Longhorns to hold. And so it is 4-3 now as Texas finds their way back into that set. Meanwhile, Westhoff, we can check in with court number 3 as we do see Texas does have a lead. Chi-Chi Huang and Evan McDonald are up 4-3 over Pietro Feline and Linus Carlson. But again, Pepperdine playing big tennis up at the net, and we've seen that across the board throughout this NCAA team championship. The opening rounds, of course, we've seen the players that are aggressive at the net, even if they are missing some early. We are late enough in these sets that most of those volleys and overheads are falling in for the teams that are going for it. So we see Texas now with a chance to step into the second serve. And it's a double fault, so there's no need to step into that as we see now 15 all. And looking at our number 1 team in the nation, University of Texas, they're 23-3 on the year. 5-0 In Big 12 play, of course, they take that title in the regular season, but in the Big 12 Men's Championship, they don't take the postseason title. They lose 4-1 to number 3 ranked TCU. TCU, of course, now up to number 2. But Oklahoma did fall to Texas 4-2 in that opening round of the Big 12 Conference Championship. So 15-all. Quickly becomes 30-15 for the Pepperdine Waves here on 3. And looking back to court number 1, we do see Pepperdine with a few chances to hold and extend that set. Meanwhile, the Texas Longhorns are coming back on court number 2, so we have our eye out on that match as well. Meanwhile, we will stay on court number 1 at Duke as Garrett Johns and Pedro Rodenas do have a 4-2 lead over Adit Sinha and Nathan Mao from Cornell. And courts number 2 and 3 were all tied up at 3. Texas threading the needle there, and that was a lot of court that was open there for the Longhorns. Of course, Pepperdine trying to pinch the middle, put a bit of pressure on Texas on that serve return, but backfired a bit as we see Pepperdine now with 2 more chances to tie us up at 4 here at the number 3 double spot. Second serve now for Pepperdine. And that is a ripped return from the University of Texas. Again, deuce point, deciding point here in this regional final in Austin. Deuce point, deciding point here on 3. That's a nice serve from Pepperdine. So it's 4-all. We are tied here on court number 3 doubles. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go back to court number 1 as we do see Elliot Spizzeri and Cleve Harper are just 2 points away. Nice overhead from Harper as Spizzeri keeps ripping from the baseline. Harper is just a wall there at net. That was the dictionary definition of pinching the middle during a point. We saw Cleve Harper and Elliot Spizzeri basically on the same side of the net. Harper just able to move more and more until he had that beautiful poach to set up match point. Match point for the Longhorns. Big serve from Elliot Spizzeri. That is a 6-3 win for Spizzeri and Harper here at court number 1. So Texas just needs 1 more, but it's a tight one here in Austin. So Westhoff, let's head. We have the exact same score. Let's head to court number 2 now, as it is 4-all, 30-love for the Longhorns in both courts 2 and 3 right now. So we'll check in with court number 2 as Seem Moldib and Pierre-Yves Bailey are now 2 points away from taking a 5-4 lead for the Longhorns. That's a big point from Texas. Again, Longhorns staying calm with this Pepperdine push here to stay aggressive. We're seeing that quick backswing from the Longhorns really helping them at the baseline. So game point now for Texas. And that is a 5-4 lead for Texas on court number 2 in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to 3. As we do see Chi Huang and Evan McDonald are up now. We're all 40-15. Rather, 30-15. And that is 40-15 now. As we see this duo trying to see if they can hold. And again, it is the number 1 team in the nation putting pressure on Pepperdine here with the chance to go up 5-4 on both of the remaining doubles matches. And if you are just joining us, in college tennis, the first team to get 2 out of 3 of these doubles matches does take the opening doubles point, which is just 1 point on the scoreboard, but it means so much heading into singles. As we see now, second serve here for Texas. And that's a double fault. So 1 game point is squandered by the Longhorns, but this number 3 doubles duo does have 2 more chances. Meanwhile, checking in with our matches on the upper left-hand corner of your screen in doubles, we do see Garrett Johns and Pedro Rodenas are up 5-3 now at number 1. It is 4-all at 2, and Duke has a 4-3 lead at number 3. And now it's 5-4 for the University of Texas on both of these doubles courts. So Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court number 2 as we do see that game is back in action. As Woldeeb and Bailey are 3 points away. And again, the deeper that we go into this NCAA bracket, the less simple these doubles points and, of course, singles matches will be, even for teams like the top-ranked Texas Longhorns. Playing at home here in Austin, and that's a let that does bounce in. A bit unlucky there for Pepperdine, so Texas able to take a 30-15 lead. That's great volleying, though, from Pepperdine, so 30-all here on court number 2. Meanwhile, we do see Tennessee on the lower left-hand corner of our screen making some quick work, 6-1, 4-1 for the Volunteers there at that number 1 single spot after Tennessee does take the doubles point. So set point, match point, clinch point for the University of Texas Longhorns here on court number 2. Texas now with the chance to close out this doubles point in a highly contested match here at number 2 doubles. A big serve from Pepperdine does bring us to a deuce point, match point, deciding point. We do love to say that here on Cracked Rackets. Happens a lot. And here we are. Texas Longhorns with the deuce point and a chance to close out this doubles point. Two deuce point, deciding point, match points at the same time. So Pepperdine hangs in. It's 5-all on court number 2. Now on the left side of our screen, or rather, we do see as well. Duke does take it. So 6-3 for Garrett Johns and Pedro Rodenas there at that number 1 double spot in Westhoff. Let's switch over to number 3 doubles at Duke, as we do see Faris Khan and Naroop Valabeni do have a 5-4 lead over Radu Popo and Aman Sharma. Meanwhile, we have a match point here on court 3 as Huang and McDonald look to break Pepperdine and take this doubles point. And that is the doubles point for the University of Texas. Great eyes at the net from Huang and McDonald. They let that ball go. It sails long at 6-4. Texas takes it in. Not a very simple doubles point, may I say, at Texas. So the doubles point goes to Texas. They start off 1-love up at home as they try to make the final 16. The Sweet 16 will be in Orlando this year. Of course, that is the final site of the 2023 NCAA Championships. As we see Johannes Monday on court number 1 for Tennessee. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, Duke trying to close it out here, up 5-4 against a gritty Cornell team. Cornell ranked 41 in the nation. Duke comes in at number 11. We have a deuce point deciding point here for Monday. Meanwhile, on court number 2, Cornell takes it 6-4. So we're about to have a deciding doubles match here at Duke. Duke, of course, the site of a heartbreaking women's match where the Blue Devil women last night ended around 11 p.m. Eastern time as Duke women fall to UCLA 4-3. These courts have gotten a lot of use at Duke this weekend in these NCAA regional portions of the tournament. Meanwhile, Johannes Monday on the right side of our screen. It's a grind here at court number 1 as he tries to take this deuce point and take a 5-1 lead. Meanwhile, it's 30-all on the left side of our screen on court number 3. Meanwhile, Monday is taking on Melius Estacio from Wake Forest. Both teams that we have covered heavily throughout the season here on Cracked Rackets, both on the SEC and ACC network. While we were covering conference play, we see those two number 1 players squaring off on court number 1. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, Duke just 2 points away, but Cornell's looking to send this to 5-all in this deciding doubles match. That one is just wide off the racket of Cornell. So Blue Devils have a deuce point deciding point match point now to clinch this doubles point for the number 11 ranked team in the nation. Second serve now. Duke has a chance to step in. And that sails long off the racket of Duke, so we are heading to 5-all here on court number 3. Cornell hanging in there. Meanwhile, it's match point for Blaze Bicknell here on court number 3 for the University of Tennessee. As we go full screen here for Bicknell. That is wide, is long rather, so 40-30 now. So we have a number of matches that are just starting to finish up here at Tennessee, so it'll be a quick moment of match points. So we see Blaze Bicknell does spray that one wide. But meanwhile, Westhoff, let's see if we can actually catch 2 match points. Let's go to court number 3 really quickly. Or rather, court number 1 really quickly. Actually, we just got a score update. Let's keep it here. Let's keep it here for this match point, and then we will head to court 1. As we see if Bicknell can give Tennessee point number 2 on the scoreboard. And that is a 6-3, 6-love win for Blaze Bicknell. It's match point for Johannes Monday here on court number 1. As he is up 6-1, 5-1 over Milius Estathio. So 2-love. Tennessee leads overall. As we see if Monday can put a 3rd point on the Volunteer scoreboard. Johannes Monday, 6-1, 6-1 over Milius Estathio. A dominant performance here on court number 1 hands Tennessee its 3rd point of the day again in college tennis. You need 4 points, so Tennessee needs 1 more singles match, and we're not sure exactly where that's going to come from at this moment, as looking across the board, we do see court number 2 has the potential of going to a 3rd set. Meanwhile, court number 10 is court number 5 rather is court number 4 rather, which is being played on court number 10 at Tennessee. Court number 4 is still in the 1st set tiebreak. So Westhoff, let's actually check that out. Let's go to court number 4. As we see, Mitsui is up 5-2 in the tiebreak over Jurabek Karamov. Meanwhile, on court number 5, 3rd set just starting. And court number 6, first set does go to Rodriguez from Tennessee, 6-4. And so we do see Duke taking that 6-5 lead on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, we will have that Texas Pepperdine battle for you as the singles players get set up. Of course, Texas does take that opening doubles point. And that's big from Mitsui, setting up multiple set points against Karamov here on court number 4. So now Duke just 3 points away here on 3. Second serve for Mitsui. So that is the first set going to Mitsui. So Tennessee takes the first set on court number 4. Meanwhile, here on court number 3, Duke and Cornell battling out in the deciding doubles match. With 6-5 for Duke, 15 all. So that lob falls in. Blue Devils with an overhead on top of the net. And that is 30-15 for Duke. Great defense to offense there from the wheels of the Blue Devils. So 30-15 for Duke. So we see Cornell pulling out some I formation here late in this doubles match. And Duke nets that return, so it's 30 all. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see Texas singles just starting up. Those Longhorns do have that 1-love lead over Pepperdine, the doubles point. This is not so easy for the Longhorns who are able to escape in that doubles point without having it be a decider, but it looked like it was perhaps heading that way. Meanwhile, we do have a decider here on court number 3. That's big, as Duke's able to thread that needle down the line. So 2 match points for the Duke Blue Devils, and it's double match points. Match point for the Blue Devils, match point for the doubles point for Duke to be able to take this doubles point. We do see that Duke has not been able to win any of their break points. They've had 6 so far. But Duke does win that one, so 7-5 for the Blue Devils here on court number 3. Duke escapes. That is an escape on court number 3 over Cornell as we roll into singles here at 2:50 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, we see Tennessee looking for their 4th singles match of the day that will send the Volunteers to the final site in Orlando. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see Texas singles just starting up. Of course, that is number 1 player in the country, Elliot Spizzirri, on the far side of our screen. Elliot Spizzirri is facing off against Tim Ziedvogel from Pepperdine. Spizzirri now with early breakpoint opportunities. Here on court number 1, Ziedvogel is closest to us on our screen. Meanwhile, we do see Tennessee looking to send this match to a 3rd set here on court number 2. So 40-30 here for HUD. Set point for the Volunteers. It's a dropper. HUD is there, but not there. So it's a deuce point, deciding point, set point now here on court number 2. Meanwhile, we do see on court number 1, On the left side of our screen, we see it's an early lead for Tim Ziedvogel. Looking to break Spizzirri for the second time. We do see Texas, though, taking a 1-love lead on the bottom 3 courts. And that is set. So it is going to be a third set. We're going the distance on court number 2 at Tennessee. And meanwhile, Westhoff in this Wake Forest-Tennessee battle. Let's bring back court number 5. As Diaz and Tachi start their third set. Diaz for Tennessee is up 1-love. Meanwhile, Tim Ziedvogel showing up against Elliot Spizzirri in these opening 3 games. So 30-all here on court number 1 as Spizzirri tries to hold to stay in this first set. It's again a 3-love lead for Ziedvogel would put a lot of pressure here on that number 1 player, Spizzirri. So we do see Ziedvogel just able to get behind a lot of the balls from Spizzirri, and usually Elliot Spizzirri is just known for that heavy forehand that tails off the court, but we're seeing Ziedvogel able to get behind it today. That could be, of course, a combination of some early nerves from Spizzirri as well as some fantastic footwork here from the Pepperdine Waves on court number 1. So Spizzirri sends this to a deuce point deciding point on court number 1. Meanwhile, Wake Forest Tachi is looking to make this a 1-all. Third set, Luciano Tachi misses that backhand a little long though. So 30-15 on the right side of our screen. Meanwhile, critical point for Elliot Spizzirri. And that's a double fault from the number 1 player, Elliot Spizzirri. So it's 3-love on court number 1 for Tim Ziedvogel after a highly contested doubles point. So meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 2. Let's head to court number 2 at Texas. As we check out all these early first sets, we do see here Yves Bailey from Texas tied at 1 with Daniel DeJohn from Pepperdine. Some nice backhand there from Bailey, who really stays low. And again, we talk about a lot here at Crack Rackets, using power from the ground and how important that is, because in practice, it's very easy and simple to keep that arm loose and really bend low for those lower balls, like we just saw Bailey do on that backhand. But in a match, it's a lot easier for nerves to not be able to get as low, to pull away off those backhands. But we did see Bailey really settling in there on that backhand side. Meanwhile, we do see Tachi just stay nice and solid at the baseline, and he's rewarded for those nice ground strokes on court number 5. So it's 30-all with Bailey and DeJong. And we're noticing here, in these regional finals, some longer points. Again, all 4 of these men's players that we have up on the screen right now really able to extend the rallies. And 2 reasons for that. The first, of course, could just be a bit of nerves and not getting as much behind the ball. But second reason, of course, is just the incredible fitness of these players. As fatigue does set in late in this postseason, we're seeing the fitness really step up from a lot of these players. And fitness is a year-round event for us here in college tennis. The fall is often the toughest part for fitness, really just grinding in practice every day, doing a lot of extra running for a lot of these programs. And then come the spring, we do see the rewards, and we're seeing a lot of long points to start off these maps. So meanwhile, here on court number 5, we do see Diaz with 2 chances now to take a 2-1 lead in the 3rd set for Tennessee. But Tachi says not yet, so deuce point, deciding point. Here on court number 5. So deuce point, deciding point here for Diaz. So he looks to hold and take a 2-1 lead here on 5. That's a big break for Luciano Tachi and the Wake Forest Demon Deacons here on court number 5. Meanwhile, we do see that Duke has started singles, as we see Garrett Johns taking the opening game there on court number 1 on the left side of our screen. So we see here on court number 2, DeJong has taken a 2-1 lead. So Westhoff, let's now check out court number 3 at Texas. Court number 3, as Micah Braswell does have a 3-1 lead over Irovasa, the Texas Longhorns. have early leads on 4 out of 6 of these singles courts. Of course, the only 2 deficits are 3-1, Tim Zievogel from Pepperdine in front on court number 1, Daniel de Jong up 2-1 on court number 2, but we do see Braswell here. Up 3-1. Micah Braswell is a junior out of Sarasota, Florida. Attended the Florida Virtual School. And he was an alternate for this year's 2023 NCAA Individual Championships. He unfortunately had to withdraw last season from the NCAAs because of injury. But throughout his sophomore season, he did go 16-6 in dual match play. Included an 11-4 mark at number 1 singles, 5-2 at number 2. So we do see Braswell today slotting in at 4. He's up 3-2 against Irovasa. And let's go to court number 4 now. Court number 4 here at Texas as Longhorns take on Pepperdine. In this regional final, we see Siem Woldub up 3-1 against Pietro Fellini. On court number 4 at Texas. As we see 3-2 now, Braswell in front. So as we introduce all the singles matches in action, we next head to court number 4 at Texas as Siem Woldub is up 3-1 over Pietro Fellini. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see a deuce point deciding point. As again, Wake battles back. In the upper left-hand corner, we do see, just starting out, Duke and Cornell after. Of course, Duke takes that doubles point 7-5 in the deciding doubles match. And here on court number 4, looking at Siem Woldub for the University of Texas. Woldub is a 4th-year junior studying government. He will also be competing in this year's 2023 NCAA Individual Championships. As a sophomore, he won 13 matches for the Longhorns, including 12 matches in dual match play. He was ranked as high as number 8 with Elliot Spizzirri. He finished the year at number 9 in the nation. He was 85 in the singles rankings last March. He's also a 2-time All-American with Elliot Spizzirri on that doubles court. So we do see Pietro Fellini. With a chance to break. So it looks like we have a deuce point, a deciding point on our hands here on court number 4. That is won by the University of Texas, so it's now 3-1. Again, a crucial hold there. Meanwhile, looking at Pietro Fellini, he is a junior out of Milan, Italy. He finished the spring season last season ranked number 80 in the nation. Won 19 matches overall for the Waves. So meanwhile, Westop, let's hop on over to court number 5. Court number 5 here, where Cleve Harper does have a 4-1 lead over Maxie Homburg. from Pepperdine. So again, that middle portion of this Texas lineup might be clutch early on in these first sets, as we do see 4-2, 4-1, and 4-1 leads on courts 3 through 5 respectively. So we do see Cleve Harper here on court number 5 up 4-1. We'll come back to that match, as let's check out court number 6. Nevin Armili is up 3-2 against Linus Carlson from Pepperdine. Nevin Armili is a senior studying business. He is from Austin, so went right in his backyard for college. He was Big 12 individual co-champion at that number 5 single spot this past season, or rather this season, that is in the postseason now. And as a junior, he unfortunately suffered injury, so he was out for most of the season. But it's great to see him back on the court. Before Texas, he was ranked as high as 13 in the nation for the boys 18 and under singles in the USTA rankings. He was number 36 in the nation in his recruiting class, number 2 in Texas. He was also ranked number 6 at the USTA National Indoors back in 2017. Meanwhile, looking here at Pepperdine's Linus Carlson. Linus Carlson for the Waves is a redshirt freshman, originally out of Stockholm, Sweden. His career high ITF junior ranking was 125 in the nation. Favorite TV show is The Office, which I have to respectfully disagree as a Parks and Rec fan, as we do see Texas here up 3-2, but does not last long, as it's now 3-all. Here on court number 6 in Westhoff. Let's hop back on over to court number 5, as we do see Cleve Harper up 4-1 against Maxie Holmberg. Court number 5 at Texas. And looking at Cleve Harper for the University of Texas. We do see Harper as a redshirt junior, studying human dimensions of organizations. He's from Canada. And went to Hilton Head Prep in South Carolina. He was, of course, the 2022 NCAA doubles national champion. Cleve Harper did take that title with Richard Ciamara. Ciamara, someone I grew up with in New England tennis. It's very cool to see that duo taking the title. And he now plays with Elliot Spizzirri. Not a bad new doubles partner to have for the Longhorns. They are, of course, the number 3 seed this year at the NCAA championships in doubles. He's also first team all Big 12 doubles, as well as the Big 12 individual champion at that number 1 double spot with Elliot Spizzirri. But on the singles court, he was 12-8 overall. Last spring, that was 12-6 dual match record. And he did redshirt as a freshman. His first year of college tennis. But in junior tennis, he did get to the quarterfinals in the Atlanta ITF in singles. So that is Cleve Harper here, the player that you see on the far side of the court as Maxi Homburg from Pepperdine looks to stay in this set. So that's big tennis from Cleve Harper, setting up a deuce point deciding point here on court number 5. So Maxi Homburg is a freshman from Freising, Germany for the Pepperdine Waves. He was number 67 in the world in the ITF Juniors. He also had an ATP ranking as well. He was a member of the German national team and was number 2 in all of Germany for his age group. His favorite book is Harry Potter, as well as his favorite movie, also the Harry Potter series. Can't go wrong with that. As we see now, Homburg is able to make it 4-2 here on court number 5. So Westhoff, in the meantime, let's actually head back to court number 4 as we do see Siem Woldib with the biggest lead so far in this first set, up 5-1 against Pietro Fellin here at Texas. So it's 5-1 here on court number 4. And that was a heck of a first serve from Texas, as that was actually a second serve that came off like a first serve. A lot of racket head speed there. Pietro Fellin was a bit overwhelmed by that one, as we do see a deuce point deciding point now. And that is, of course, what makes Texas the number 1 team in the country, being able to come up with a serve like that. Down break point. As we see, it's a set point here for Woldib. Second serve now. And that was a double fault, so we play on. It's 5-2 now. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go up 1 court to court number 3 as Micah Braswell is up 5-3 over Eero Vasa. 5-3 here for Micah Braswell. As we see if we can catch a set point from Micah Braswell here on court number 3. So Braswell now just 2 points away against Eero Vasa. Eero Vasa for Pepperdine is a graduate student. He's a transfer out of UCF. He first started at UCF and then spent 2 seasons at Cornell, and now his 3rd school at Pepperdine for his graduate year. as we see Micah Braswell here with a look at the Vasa second serve. And that is just wide, so 30 all here on court number 3. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see Wake Forest putting up quite a fight, trying to stay out there a bit longer against a Tennessee team that is up 3-love overall. And of course, Duke, after taking that gritty doubles point over Cornell, is starting up with the singles matches. We will have all of those for you here on Cracked Rackets. Again, this is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff, here for the 2023 NCAA Team Championships. As Eero Vasa battling here on 3, 2 chances to make it 5-4 now. That is a dropper. That does not go over the net though, so it's a deuce point, deciding point, set point for Micah Braswell. So that's for set, going to Micah Braswell and the Texas Longhorns, and we get the sense this is a tight match. Longhorns and fully swinging out, and that is, of course, to the talent that is on that Pepperdine roster. Westhoff, let's check in with one more potential set point here on court number 5. Court number 5 here at Texas, as Cleve Harper is up 5-2. As we see these players getting ready to continue this match. Checking in overall, we do see Texas, Elliot Spizzirri. Actually, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 1. Court number 1, as Elliot Spizzirri has now set up a match point for himself against Tim Ziedvogel. Set point. He's up 5-3. 5-3 deuce point, set point, deciding point here on court number 1. So after a hard-fought start to these singles matches, we do see the Longhorns starting to break through again. Longhorns only need 3 singles matches, and they have the potential to take 3 first sets here within the next few minutes in Austin. Some big forehands here from Spizzirri. And that's wide. So Elliot Spizzirri really showing why he's number 1 here. He drops the first 2 games to Tim Ziedvogel. And then drops the first 3 games, rather, to Ziedvogel, and wins 6 in a row to take that first set 6-3. So that is a first set in Westhoff. We do actually have some more potential first set, some set points here. But let's actually start to introduce our Cornell-Duke singles, as we will check back in with this Texas match. So we do see Texas has the opportunity. Texas has 2 first sets so far. They have the opportunity to make that 4 within the next 5-10 minutes. So we will keep you updated with that score as well. Of course, that will be here in your triple box. But we will start off now introducing the Duke and Pepperdine players. Or Duke and Cornell, rather. And we do see here on court number 1, Garrett Johns taking on Radu Papo. Johns is up 3-2 here in this first set. And after taking that doubles point, Duke has come out to some first set leads here, although it is close against the Big Red. Garrett Johns did back in 2022 win the ITF men's singles 15K futures. That was in Memphis. Last season, he was second team All-ACC honoree. This year, he is in his senior season. He was a team captain last season. The Radu Papo now. 40-15 here to tie us up at 3. And that is 3-all here on court number 1. So Garrett Johns was a blue chip prospect, ranked second overall in his class. That was the class of 2019. His mom played tennis at Villanova, and his grandmother, Mary Johns, was the head women's basketball coach at Memphis for nearly 20 years, from 1972 to 91. As we do see Garrett Johns taking that opening point. Meanwhile, closest to us on our screen, we do see Radu Papo. Papo is a sophomore out of Romania. He is enrolled in the College of Arts and Sciences at Cornell. So meanwhile, as we are at 3-all, 15-all on court number 1, Westhoff, let's check out court number 2, as we are close to a potential set point for Pedro Rodenas from Duke, taking on Vladislav Melnic. Rodenas is just a freshman. He's also a 15K singles champion. That was in Spain, also last season. He was also semifinalist in the Wimbledon Juniors in both singles and doubles last season. He was top 800 in the world before joining the Blue Devils. As we see some nice, simple tennis. Hands Pedro Rodenas the first set. 6-1. Over Vladislav Melnic. Melnic is a senior out of Bucharest, Romania, for the Cornell Big Red. So that is the first set for Duke. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 3, where we see Andrew Zhang also tied up at 3 with Adit Sinha. So court number 3, where we see Andrew Zhang from Duke, a senior from Michigan. Zhang was also a team captain last season, earning the Robert Taylor Leadership Award. He finished last season with a team best 22 overall singles wins, went 22-9, 13-4 in dual matches on courts 1 and 2. So we see him today here at court number 3. He has a few chances to go up 4-3. Meanwhile, we do see, of course, the Tennessee Volunteers in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. With a 5-1 lead in that third set, we will, of course, make that our focus if the Volunteers are close to clinching that match. So we do see Zhang now up 4-3. Now it is a deuce point, a deciding point here for the University of Tennessee. As Emil Hud looks to close it out. Little dropper. And he's there. What a match point. Emil Hud, 2-6, 6-1, 6-1. The Tennessee Volunteers are going to the final site in Orlando. The Sweet 16 and the 2023 NCAA Team Championships. As we see the Volunteers hugging all around here as Emil Hud is able to close that out with an epic match point there. Great hands from Hud and the Volunteers, so Tennessee is moving on. They win their regional final. Meanwhile, we lock in here with our last two remaining matches of the day. Again, this is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff here on Cracked Rackets. We thank you for tuning in today and all weekend as these Division I teams opened up NCAA play. So we do see Duke here on court number 5 up 1-love. And meanwhile, Andrew Dale is able to close out that first set. 6-3 is that score. On court number 5, Duke takes another first set. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 6. Court number 6 at Duke. As we see, Ferris Khan is up 4-2 over Samuel Paquette. Four 2 40-30, Khan with two chances to go up 5-2 here on court number 6. So it's a deuce point deciding point now. On court 6 on the left side of our screen at Duke. That's a big serve from Con Cornell. He's not happy. As we see that Samuel Paquette thinks that that ball was out. But the ref confirms that it did cut to the line, so 5-2. Con leads there on court number 6. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 1. Court number 1, as we see Garrett Johns is up 4-3 against Radu Papo. Meanwhile, here at Texas on the right side of our screen, we have seen 4 first sets go to the Longhorns, and there are only 2 first sets left in action, and we're tied up in both of them. Bailey and DeJong are at 4-all at court number 2, and here on court number 6, it's 5-all between Armee and Carlson. Johns with drop shot there, but Papo is there. So that sets up breakpoint opportunities for Radu Papo on court number 1 at Duke. So we are tied up at 4 on court number 1. At Duke, meanwhile, we do see Texas taking that 6-5 lead on court number 6 in Westhoff. In the meantime, while they are changing ends at Texas, let's head to court number 2, as we do see Pierre Yves Bailey and Daniel Jong are tied up at 4.
Let's go home,
Again,
baby!
Garrett Johns really with those simple, compact ground strokes that, well, that forehand was a bit late, but was talking more specifically about his backhand. Again, it's a quick turn, straight to the ball, very solid on contact, and that's because of his footwork and his technique. It's Garrett Johns playing number 1 for Duke on court 1. Meanwhile, DeJong, 2 chances to go up 5-4 now. Who are the Pepperdine Waves? Who right now, Pepperdine Waves desperately need this. So it's 5-4 for DeJong on court number 2. Waves get a lead on one of these courts. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go back to court number 6 at Texas to see if Nevin Army can close out that first set against Linus Carlson for those Longhorns. In Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 3. Court number 3 at Duke. Or rather, court number 6, as that seems a bit closer to a set point. Faris Khan is taking on Samuel Paquette. He is up 5-2. So we do see Paquette, though, up 40-30 in this game. Meanwhile, we do have Andrew Zhang also up 5-3 for Duke on court number 3, so we will keep our eye out on that score as well. And Blue Devils force a deuce point, set point on court number 6. Deuce point, set point for Faris Khan. Faris Khan, the junior, out of Delray Beach, Florida. And that one does sail long, so we play on court number 6 in Westhoff. Let's quickly hop on to court number 3. Court number 3 as Andrew Zhang is at 5-3. Andrew Zhang from Duke, that is. Court number 3 at Duke. As we do see here, our Millie is up 6-5. Just 2 points away on the right side of our screen. So we have some potential set points coming up here on Cracked Rackets. And Pepperdine now, 2 chances to send this first set to a tiebreak on court number 6. And that double fault from Zhang does make it 30-all now here on court number 3. we do see some aggression there from Zhang to set up a set point. So we have 2 set points. At the same time, we have a deuce point set point on the right side of our screen. We have a set point for Andrew Zhang on the left side of our screen. So Duke and Texas, the host sites, with the chance to take 2 more sets. And we do see on the left side of our screen that first set does go to Andrew Zhang, but on the right side of our screen, we do see that we are heading to a tiebreak. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 1 as Garrett Johns is up 5-4 against Purdue Popo. That is at Duke, court number 1 at Duke. And meanwhile, we will stay there on the right side of our screen with this tiebreak as we're just getting started in the second sets. For 4 out of 6 of these singles matches, we do see Daniel DeJong is up 5-4 against Pierre-Yves Bailey from Texas, but we see Bailey with multiple chances to send that to 5-all. So Texas, of course, taking 4 out of 6 of those first sets on the right side of our screen as we see Pepperdine taking the opening point of this breaker. This tiebreak is played first to 7. A 12-point tiebreak is what those are formally called. Meanwhile, it is 30-all here as Garrett Johns is just 2 points away. From taking that first set on the left side of our screen. Garrett Johns struggling with the depth a bit here on court number 1. But it is now set point. His defense earns him 2 set point opportunities here on court number 1. Meanwhile, Pepperdine takes a 2-1 lead in this tiebreak on court number 6. Perhaps that actually was a let on court number 1. As we do see they are replaying that 30-all point. A ball might have rollen in the back of the court, hard to tell here from our broadcast booth. But Garrett Johns does take that point for sure, so it is now officially a set point for Garrett Johns and the Duke Blue Devils on court number 1. Meanwhile, we are tied at 2 on the right side of our screen in this first set tiebreak. Set point for Garrett Johns, a look at the second serve. Huge for the Blue Devils. Garrett Johns coming in clutch at number 1 singles. It's a 6-4 first set for the senior. So meanwhile, we do see Duke has now taken every single one of these first sets against the Big Red. Cornell has a bit of an uphill battle, but Cornell on courts number 4 and 5 do have a 2-1 and 2-love lead in those second sets, so eyes out for the Big Red. They're not going anywhere. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see Pepperdine with a 4-2 lead in the first set in that tiebreak. Meanwhile, we do see Pedro Rodenas here on court number 2 for Duke. He's up 6-1, 2-1. Rodenas is taking on Vladislav Melnic. Second serve now here for Pepperdine on the right side of our screen here at court number 6. Is Linus Carlson. Looks to stay aggressive here against Naven Armili. He's able to come in there. So some depth sets up a short ball, and it's 5-2 for Carlson. Meanwhile, Pepperdine's Daniel DeJong is able to take a 6-5 lead in that second set against Peri Bailey. That is back on court number 2 in Austin. So it's 6-2 now here on court number 6. As Linus Carlson has multiple set points for the Pepperdine Waves. So set point here for Carlson. That serve return lands in, so we play on here on 6. That's a huge first set from Linus Carlson. So it's 7-6 for the Pepperdine Waves. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's quickly hop on back over to court number 2 as we do see Pepperdine making a push at the end of these remaining 2 first sets. Pepperdine does take it at number 6. And here, Daniel DeJong is up 6-5 against Peri Bailey. On the right side of our screen. So we do see DeJong from Pepperdine now just 3 points away from taking the first set over Bailey here on court number 2. Some variety here from the Longhorns on the far side of our screen. And that does make it 30 love if that ball did land deep off the racket of Bailey. As we wait for our score to update. Meanwhile, it is 15 love, rather. In that first point of the 6-5 game. Meanwhile, we do see Cornell putting up some fights in the second set. So we see Todorovic is up 3-2 here against Krug on court number 4. As we see, Connor Krug did take the first set 6-2, and now it is 3-2 for Cornell in the second set. Meanwhile, Pepperdine. DeJong is building on court number 2. That backhand sails just wide off the racket of Teodorovich. So we do see that we're tied at 3, and what a fight back from Krug again. Duke needs these second set leads early on to just keep that scoreboard pressure, keep that reminder in the minds of Cornell that Duke, hey, we are the host site. We're playing at home, and Duke right now is acting like it. As we do see, we're now tied up at 3-all here on court number 4, tied up at 2-all in the second set on court number 5. Duke does have a 2-1 lead, Pedro Rodenas on court number 2. But the first games have gone to Cornell on the other courts. So, again, Big Red making that second set push. Meanwhile, we do have multiple set points here for DeJong on court number 2 at Texas. So we do see now setting up set point number 2 for DeJong as Bailey hangs in there. Set point number 2 for the Waves. And that sails long, so DeJong and the Waves. First set, 7-5. Again, this is the kind of tennis that Pepperdine has to play to hang in with the number 1 team in the nation. So there are 2 first sets now that go to the Pepperdine Waves. And unfortunately for the Waves, they do drop the doubles point to Texas, and Texas gets the other 4 first sets, and we are seeing some second set leads. So Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 1 at Texas as Elliot Spizzirri is up 6-3, 4-2 against Tim Ziedvogel. So Spizzirri now 2 points away from taking a 5-2 lead against Ziedvogel. So we see that one does misfire a bit off the racket of Elliot Spizzirri. So Ziedvogel now 2 chances to hold and make the second set 4-3. Meanwhile, we do see Teodorovich from Cornell able to go up 4-3 in that second set against Krug on court number 4. And meanwhile, Westhoff on the left side of our screen. Let's check out court number 2. Court number 2 as Pedro Rodenas is up a set and early up in the second set as well against Melnic. As we have seen a bit with frozen cameras for a few minutes at Duke at the host site. So, Westhoff, we can just go back to whatever match has some action on the left side of our screen. As we will keep you updated score-wise if we do have any matches that are close to set points. We can go back to court number 4 if we have that. Perfect. And we do see Todorovic again, up 4-3 in the second set. Meanwhile, Westhoff, on the right side of our screen, we can actually head to court number 3. Court number 3 for a moment as Micah Braswell is up 6-3, up 4-3 in the second set against Irovasa. Nice depth from Vasa. Makes it 4-all here in the second set on court number 3. Or rather, that ball may have just sailed long, so we might have a deuce point deciding point on our hands. And we do. Again, critical moment for the Longhorns, who are really being pushed in some of these singles matches by Pepperdine. Pepperdine ranked 32 in the nation, taking on, of course, our number 1 team in 2023, the University of Texas. Well, that is a clutch deuce point again, just able to open up that court, find that forehand, especially the forehand inside out. So lethal. And we see on the left side of our screen, Todorovic now 2 points away from taking a 5-3 lead, trying to send it to a third set for the Cornell Big Red. And Micah Braswell, though, just 1 game away. Connor Krug is a sophomore from Lakewood Ranch, Florida.
Come on! Let's go!
His brother, Jake, are members of the Duke men's tennis team on the left side of our screen. Of course, we do see Connor closest to us on our screen in the white shirt. He was finished tied for second on the team with 19 overall singles wins. Went 19-13 last season. He picked up 10 dual match victories as well. And of course comes from a sports family. His father played football at the University of Notre Dame. His mom played tennis there for the Fighting Irish. And his grandfather, Dick Vitale, of course the longtime ESPN broadcaster, one who I look up to very much. Meanwhile, Micah Braswell on the right side of our screen, just 2 points away from closing it out for the Longhorns, adding 1 more point to that Texas scoreboard. And it's match point. Match point for Micah Braswell. As we go full screen here for Braswell. An ace to finish it off, Micah Braswell with a statement win over Irovasa, 6-3, 6-3 here on court number 3. Texas is now up 2-love, a little wave to the crowd from Micah Braswell. So that's a big win for Texas. Again, really grinding against this Pepperdine Waves team. And Westhoff, in the meantime, let's head to court number 1 because Elliot Spizzirri is up 6-3, 5-3 against Tim Ziedvogel. So let's head to court number 1 at Texas. And meanwhile, we do have an update that Duke is now up 2-love over Cornell. And we do wonder if one of those matches did retire, as we were in second sets on all of these matches. So, unfortunately, it does seem that one of the players did have to forfeit from Cornell, but we do hope that the Big Red are okay. And perhaps that was at that number 2 spot, as we were not able to have a camera on that court, so perhaps Melnich was unable to continue his match for the Big Red. In that case, that would have given a victory to Pedro Rodenas, as we are waiting for confirmation on that. But meanwhile, we do see some matches, at least in the second set, that are tied up. So here we are at 6-2 all between Connor Krug and Peter Teodorovich, as Krug is continuing to battle here, trying to close this out in straight sets against Teodorovich. Meanwhile, we do see Elliot Spizzirri here, looking to break Ziedvogel for the win for the University of Texas. So it's now 15-all. So we do hear from the YouTube comments. Thank you to Okies for chiming in. We appreciate that. Melnich, unfortunately, did retire at that number 2 spot. So Pedro Rodenas takes the win for Duke, and Duke is now up 2-love officially against the Cornell Big Red. Critical moment here on the left side of our screen between Krug and Teodorovich here, as again, although Duke was able to add a quick number 2 to the board, we still see a lot of tight singles matches going on between these two programs. Again, number 11 Duke taking on 41 Cornell. So 2 chances for Krug to break here. Take a 5-4 lead on court number 4. And for Teodorovich, first serve percentage is going to be so important right here. As we see, Krug looking to step in, does not make that back in though, so we have a deuce point deciding point here on court number 4 as both players take a minute for that deuce point. Meanwhile, Tim Ziedvogel on court number 1 saying not yet to Elliot Spizzirri, looking to hold serve and make this a 5-4 second set. Spizzirri's just ripping. That is too good from Ziedvogel, so we play on. 5-4. Spizzirri leads in that second set. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we just saw a highly contested game there at 4-all to decide who takes that lead in the second set, and we do see that ends up being Teodorovich. Meanwhile, Andrew Dale here for Duke on court number 5, also looking to break through here in this second set. as he has a break point opportunity here on 5. That was a big serve, though, from Mao. So Nathan Mao is able to tie it up at 15 now. So, in fact, we do see a score update. It's just 15 all here on court number 5 as we see the Blue Devils. Looking to close it out, looking to stay in front here with Andrew Dale. And on the right side of our screen, of course, Elliot Spizzirri is looking to serve it out for the Texas Longhorns. Spizzirri, number 1 in the nation. As Texas needs 2 more in. On court number 5, Longhorn fans, Cleve Harper is up 6-2. It's 4-all in the second set with Maxie Homburg. So that second set, again, could go either way. We do see a lot of Pepperdine second set leads, though. So we have some potential third sets brewing in both of these host sites. And this is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by Saber producer Daniel Westhoff here on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel or on NCAA.com, wherever you are getting your college tennis today in these regional finals. The wheels from Spizzirri, that just bounces wide, but again, Spizzirri showing off the speed here on court number 1. Ziedvogel, though, up 30-15 now. Meanwhile, we do see Radu Popo on the left side of our screen with some breakpoint opportunities over Garrett Johns. And that's a break from Radu Popo. So he leads now 3-1 in this second set against Garrett Johns. Meanwhile, Andrew Dale now 6-3, 5-3. And Elliot Spizzirri, 30-all, 2 points away. Both of these players on the left and right side, 2 points away, looking to add another point to the host site scoreboard. That's big from Andrew Dale, who was able to find a lot of time on that forehand inside in. So Elliot Spizzirri now looking to do the same, control the point with his serve. And Westhoff, we have a match point now on court number 5 for Andrew Dale and the Blue Devils. Andrew Dale takes the win 6-3, 6-3 on court number 5. Duke is now up 3-love over Cornell overall. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, Tim Ziedvogel has 2 breakpoint opportunities over Elliot Spizzirri. As we see how the number 1 player will respond. Second serve here for Spizzirri. And so that is game. So that's 5-all. Ziedvogel breaks Spizzirri to make it 5-all in this second set. Meanwhile, at our other host site, at Cornell, we check out a number of players that are starting to make a leap in that second set, as We do see Radu Popo is now up 3-2 against Garrett Johns on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's actually check out court number 3 as it's the same score. Adit Sinha up 3-2 against Andrew Zhang at Duke. As we check out court number 3 here, Adit Sinha has found a way to take a second set lead. And looking at the big red fight here, Samuel Paquette is now up 4-2 at court number 6 in the second set. We're heading to a third set on court number 4. And of course, court number 3 we are at right now, seeing that 3-2 lead from both Adit Sinha at 3 and then Radu Popo. The same with Garrett Johns at number 1. Radu Popo is up 3-2 against Garrett Johns in that second set. So Cornell fans, Big Red's not going anywhere. Meanwhile, here on court number 1, same with Tim Zietvogel. From 5-3 to 5-all here against Elliot Spizzirri. Again, these college matches played first to 4, so both of these host sites do need 4 points on the scoreboard, as we see. Duke now has 3. And Texas has 2 on the right side of our screen. We see Zhang ripping that down the line on court number 3. Meanwhile, Spizzirri struggling a bit in this second set against Zietvogel.
Exactly why I don't crowd the baseline. It happens every time.
But we do see Andrew Zhang staying nice and patient on the left side of our screen, as Zhang takes that 30-love lead, looking for a big break to take a 4-3 lead in this second set. Ziri able to come up with a huge backhand volley there. That was basically at his shoes. Great shot from Tim Zietvogel, but oh, and Spizzirri does miss it. That does sail long. So Zietvogel now 4 chances to go from 3-5 to 6-5 here on court number 1. So it's 30-all now on the left side of our screen. So it's 6-5 for Zietvogel. As we see a huge comeback there at that number 1 singles line. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check in with number 4 singles. Or rather, yeah, let's check in with the number 4 singles, as we do see Siim Woldib does have a point to go up 5-4 against Pietro Fellini. So it is 40-30 now. For Woldib, looking for, again, a break to take the lead. On the left side of our screen, looking at Zhang now, 2 points away from also a second set lead for the Blue Devils. That one sails long off the racket of the Longhorns. So it's a deuce point deciding point here for Woldeab. As Petro Feline looks to escape with the hold here at 4-all. Longhorns being aggressive, and that is a huge reward from swinging out on that forehand inside in. Seam Woldeab now up 5-4, 1 game away for the Texas Longhorns. And Westhoff, now let's check in with court number 5, as we do see Cleve Harper and Maxie Homburg battling at 5-all in this second set. Meanwhile, the left side of our screen, Blue Devils fans, it is a deuce point deciding point as Andrew Zhang looks for a big break on 3 to take a 4-3 lead. That is too good from the Big Red, as we do see Zhang is almost there, but what a point from Cornell to hold on court number 3, as Adit Sinha is able to take a second set lead. So Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 4, as we do see Connor Krug and Peter Teodorovich just starting out that third set. We do see Big Red do take the opening game there. Meanwhile, here on court number 5, we see Cleve Harper taking a 6-5 lead. So Longhorn fans, now just 2 games in total away from the final site in Orlando. So we do see Woldeab and Feline are back in action here on 4. So Woldeab is able to thread the needle there. Looks like that dropped in. So what a down the line passing shot from Seam Woldeab. Woldeab just 3 points away for the Longhorns.
Let's go.
Now 2 points away. Meanwhile, we do see Zed Vogel and Spaziri. It's 30-all with Zed Vogel 2 points away from sending that number 1 singles match to 3 sets. Again, very aggressive tennis here from Woldeab. Really able to take the ball early and rush Feline, as we're seeing that ball from Feline get a bit shorter. So that sets up quadruple match point. Match point for Seam Woldeab and the Texas Longhorns. Match point number 2 for Woldeab. Match point number 3, rather, here for Team Moldy. Meanwhile, that's big from Krug on the left side of our screen. We're tied up at 1 in the third set. Moldy misses that short forehand wide and setting up match point number 4. As meanwhile, Cleve Harper is up 6-2, 6-5 on court number 5. For the Texas Longhorns, we will have that match for you momentarily if Moldy is able to clinch here. And he does go 6-3, 6-4, so that's a win for Team Moldy. That's 3 now on the Texas scoreboard, and Cleve Harper could be the clinch here for the University of Texas, as it's 6-2, 6-5 for Harper. He's up 30-15, just 2 points away. Cleve Harper ripping and ripping. That sets up set points for Cleve Harper and the Texas Longhorns to head to Orlando as the #1 team in the nation looks for a 4-love win over to the Pepperdine Waves. Second serve here for Harper. That's a double fault. The Texas Longhorns are heading to the final site at Orlando. That's Cleve Harper with a 6-2, 7-5 win here at court number 5. Texas comes out on top. 4-love over Pepperdine in a match that could have been a lot tighter. In terms of that overall score, we had some tough singles matches, a gritty performance from these Longhorns. And again, proving why they are the #1 team in the nation. They move past number 32 Pepperdine. 4-love, the final score in Austin. Meanwhile, here, our final match of the day, as Duke is looking for one more against the Cornell Big Red. Unfortunately, Cornell forced to retire at that #2 spot, so we hope that the Big Red are okay at that #2 spot. Meanwhile, we do have a bunch of close second sets, the start of a third set here at Duke. And Westhoff, let's head to court number 1. Let's head to court number 1 as we do see Garrett Johns has come back to make it 4-all with Radu Papo from Cornell. So we have our final match here. We see Garrett Johns 4-all now in this second set. Wow, Garrett Johns. That is somehow not good enough against Radu Papo, who's there. And coaches always tell us, of course, in junior tennis, to follow the ball when we come into net, and Radu Papo is doing a beautiful job of that, because Garrett Johns, that passing shot was going to go in. We saw Johns' disbelief there that Radu Papo was there, but he did follow it in. He followed the approach. Got rewarded for it. So Garrett Johns gets on the board in this game here against Radu Popo. But meanwhile, we do see in court number 3, Adit Sinha does take a 5-4 lead in that second set against Andrew Zhang. So again, these third sets could be occurring here at Duke, even though the Blue Devils do lead 3-love. The only match where the Blue Devils right now are tied in the second set is here at court number 1. Meanwhile, we do see Adit Sinha looking to close out that second set against Andrew Zhang here in court number 3. So Zhang takes that opening point. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we see the action on court number 1 and 4, where Garrett Johns has taken a 5-4 lead against Radu Popo. So, Blue Devils fans, you are 1 game away. However, that does not accurately represent the tension that is here in all of these other remaining matches, as Cornell does need 4, and if Radu Popo is able to even out that second set and just extend it a little bit more against Garrett Johns, we might see some third set action here on court number 3 as well. But we do see Andrew Zhang is serving very well here to stay in the set. So Westhoff, as those players in our upper left-hand corner of our screen on court 1, as soon as they start walking back, we'll make that our big screen to see if Garrett Johns is, in fact, able to clinch this match for the Duke Blue Devils. Andrew Zhang, though, trying to serve to stay in the second set. And again, Zhang just able to do that with some placement, so he has multiple game points. But meanwhile, we are going to lock in here on court number 1, as Garrett Johns is only 1 game away from a clinch against Radu Popo. Big serve from Popo, though, to open up that game.
The longer it goes, the better it is for you. Allow yourself to stay in the point.
So meanwhile, we do this match and keep Cornell in this match as well. But Garrett Johns just 3 points away. So Garrett Johns is able to be very consistent here, and it's actually been consistency as of late that has helped Johns here against Popo, who is having a bit of trouble with the accuracy. The court feels a little small right now for the Big Red here on court number 1. As Radu Popo is trying to find his rhythm late in this match. And Popo is not happy with that call, but that does set up match point. Rather, I guess that does clip The umpire does confirm that clips the line from the racket of Redupopo, who was having trouble with some depth just a few shots ago, but that is how the sport works. He was able to rip that forehand down the line, and we're at 30 all now here on court number 1. That does sail long off the racket of Garrett Johns. That is. Was that overruled? Did the umpire just stick out his hand? So we wait for the score to change. No, the umpire did confirm, in fact, that was long. So Popo now, 2 chances to make this 5 all. First serve does go long, so Garrett Johns gets a look at that second serve. So Garrett Johns, his first match point. And for the Duke Blue Devils, their first chance at clinching this match against Cornell. So Garrett Johns now choosing to return on the ad side. Short ball for Redupopo. Johns gets it back. So this point continues. Popo not able to put away that serve. That overhead rather. At net for the second time, Redupopo gets it done, and a bit too defensive from the Blue Devils there. Garrett Johns unable to convert that match point. It's 5 all. We play on. Meanwhile, this could be clutch for Cornell, as we do see Adit Sinha is able to take a 6-5 lead on court number 3 in that second set. So, folks, this is not over. Meanwhile, Teodorovich on court number 4. Up 3-2 against Connor Krug. So that is a third set that we have in there. Meanwhile, court number 6, we are just starting our third set. So meanwhile, Garrett Johns gonna see if he can hold now. To take another lead here in this second set. So that is a bit tough right now, the position that Garrett Johns is in, which is that really he's outlasting Popo from the baseline. But he still has to have that offensive mindset. So we do see Garrett Johns having success when he is thinking forward. And right now it's a tough balance to strike between putting balls in, not giving your opponent any angles to work with, but still kind of looking to step in at any opportunity, as we do see Popo spraying a little bit. So Garrett Johns now up 40 love. Few chances to go up 6-5 now.
Nope. Vamos.
So Garrett Johns takes the 6-5 lead here on court number 1 in West Off. Let's make court number 3 our main screen, as we do see Adit Sinha's come back here in this second set and found a way against Andrew Zhang to find some open court, because again, Zhang very gritty, able to really be a step in front of his opponent often with Some good anticipation there. And so we've seen Adit Sinha actually able to rush Zhang a bit here at number 3 singles. So that volley does sail wide off the racket of Sinha. Meanwhile, it's a third set on court number 4. As it is 3-all now between Connor Krug and Peter Tidorovich. So meanwhile, let's bring court number 1 back in our main screen as these players get ready to continue this epic that has been a second set. So we see Garrett Johns after match point number 1 was not converted. We continue here. As again, Johns is really keeping that ball down the middle against Popot, but that could be intentional. Could of course be a bit of nerves as well, but that works for Popot, but again, Popot is missing a few balls down the middle earlier. So we see as these game styles match up. It's a very interesting matchup again. Garrett John's a player who can be aggressive, but also who can grind like he kind of has been at the end of this second set. So we do see again Johns keeping the ball down the middle. As long as he has the depth, that is so smart from Radu Popot again. Popot is going to play like that. It's going to be tough for Garrett Johns here to close out this first set. It looks like we are on our way to a few potential tie breaks here. One of them being here on court number 1. Meanwhile, we do see Andrew Zhang down a set point on court number 3, so that looks like it actually could be a third set. Third set might be brewing here. So Radu Popot now, second serve. That sails way wide off the rack of Garrett Johns, so Popot, multiple chances to send this set to a tiebreak. That's a beautiful drop shot from Garrett Johns, who is able to get on the board this game. So we are now heading to a tiebreak on court number 3 in the upper left-hand corner of our screen. So we do see a few set points saved by the Blue Devils. Meanwhile, Cornell just trying to get on the board overall. On the bottom left of your screen, we do see Tidorovich up 4-3 now in that third set rather, against Krug. So Radu Popot able to step in, and again, we have some tie breaks here on courts 1 and 3. It's tiebreak time. It is Sunday, May 7th at 4:39 p.m. Eastern, and we have 2 tiebreaks. Duke just needs one of them. Of course, Cornell needs all of the matches that are still in action today here at Duke, including these 2 tiebreaks, as we do see. Andrew Zhang now up to serve down 1 love on the right side of our screen. That's a big serve +1, and we do wait confirmation on that score on the right side of our screen to see if that forehand did clip the line. And indeed it did, so 1-1. Big serve from Zhang there. So that volley is out, so Zhang takes a 2-1 lead. Meanwhile, Redupopo does take that opening point against Garrett Johns, who, unfortunately for Blue Devils fans, has gotten a bit defensive towards the end of this second set. Again, Johns doing a nice job of outlasting Popo, but doing that with depth, and a bit of the depth has gone now from that Johns racket. And again, it is that tough balance, because if you're able to outlast your opponent, still thinking aggressively is the way to go. And it was a great ball, though, from Johns dipping it low to the feet of Redupopo. So it's 1-1 on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, we do see Zhang looking to step in on court number 3, and that's too good, though, from Adit Sinha. So 1-1 and 2-2 in these tie breaks here at Duke. Again, just a few hours ago, it feels like this was the site of a 4-3 match, as the women did drop their regional final to UCLA. That was a 4-3 battle that ended at 11 p.m. Eastern time last night, and college tennis fans, it is likely that we'll be playing for a bit longer here, but hopefully not until 11 p.m. Eastern time, as these Duke men just look for one of these 2 tie breaks. Meanwhile, we do see Zhang back up to serve here, down 3-2 to Sinha. Andrew Zhang really able to step in off that first serve, so it's 3-3. As those players change ends, and Westhoff, we could go full screen on court number 1 while we wait for that tiebreak on court 3 to continue. So second serve now for Garrett Johns. That sails long off the racket of Poposo. 3-2. Johns leads. So we're back in action here. 3-3 on the right side of our screen. 3-2 for Garrett Johns and the Blue Devils on court number 1. And so meanwhile, we do see Johns trying to find a way to get a bit more depth, a bit more racket head speed on those ground strokes. So as they change ends, Westhoff, we can go full screen to court number 3. Court number 3 is it's 3-3 on both of these courts. And shout out to Cornell. At this point in the match, Cornell's racket head speed on both of these tiebreaks has actually increased, and that's something that's very difficult for us college players to do when things get tight. So really shout out to these Cornell men for being able to continue to step in now. Both of these Blue Devils, Andrew Zhang and Garrett Johns, looking to just outlast Cornell, hoping for some errors right now. But we do see right now Andrew Zhang stepping in there. It's 4-all. Meanwhile, on court number 4, Cornell, 2 points away from getting on the board here against Duke. So we're all tied up in the tie breaks, and Cornell's fighting for a chance to put one on the board. Huge serve from Sinha there on court number 3. So he's up 5-4. So we see Garrett John showing a bit of frustration there in court number 1. As Radu Popo is able to find some open court. What a beautiful passing shot there from Sinha. Forehand on the run, dips it low to Andrew Zhang. So multiple set points now for Adit Sinha. Meanwhile, Teodorovich, this is match point. And so we play on court number 4. Meanwhile, Sinha. We have an off-pace slice there from the Big Red. And that is the second set for Adit Sinha. So we're heading to a third on court number 3. Meanwhile, we are tied at 4. Court number 1 and match point number 2. For Teodorovich on court number 4. Big serve from Garrett Johns. Right when he needs it. So Johns goes up 5-4. Here on court number 1. Meanwhile, what a match. Teodorovich able to get it done. So Duke is now up 3-1. As the Big Red do put one on the board. Garrett Johns starting to swing out here on the forehand, letting it rip. But that backhand does sail long, so it's 5-all here between Johns and Popo. Here on the right side of our screen. Meanwhile, we're full screen now on Johns and Popo as we're just 2 points away from a clinch for the Blue Devils, and also 2 points away from a third set here on court number 1. So that is too short off the racket of Johns, and it is now set point for Radu Popo. After defending a match point, it is now set point for the Big Red as Garrett Johns is way over on the left for that first serve. Moving quickly here on court number 1. Johns ripping backhands. Those forehands just barely going over. And he's able to save that set point as Blue Devils fans breathe a sigh of relief. And meanwhile, 6-all, we change ends here at Duke. So looking here at the remaining matches, we do see we're starting that third set with Andrew Zhang and Adit Sinha. Meanwhile, Faris Khan from Duke, though, is now up 5-2 in the third set against Samuel Paquette. So Blue Devils fans can actually breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here because there are now two different pathways to 4. But we're going to go full screen with this tiebreak. But never say never with these gritty Cornell Big Red team. I mean, these men have just found a way to extend this match at least 30 minutes past the first clinch potential point here from Garrett Johns. So it's second serve now from Johns. Nice second serve down the tee as Redupa Poe starts to step in. John's able to find some space, working the point from that forehand side. Everything's a forehand off the racket of Garrett Johns right now as Redupa Poe just keeping the ball deep down the middle. He attacks the Johns backhand. That is too good from the racket of Redupa Poe, who's able to take control in that point. So set point number 2 for Poe. Meanwhile, Garrett Johns did have some forehands that he could have potentially stepped in on. But again, great defense from the Big Red here on court number 1. Johns just ripping on that backhand. That grips the line. So Garrett Johns in control this point, but it's back to neutral. Redupa Poe on defense does the same thing to Johns with that backhand down the line. We play on. And was that a let? Are we replaying that point? Seems that we might be replaying that point. So Garrett Johns forced to defend another set point. Meanwhile, Redupa Poe, who was on his way to setting up that point, for some reason, we do replay it. Perhaps a ball did roll in on the far side of the screen. So set point for Poe. And that is set. Redupa Poe sends us to a third on court number 1. Meanwhile, Westhoff, here we are on court number 6, where we do see the Blue Devils are up 5-2, but Samuel Paquette, a game point here. So it is a match point for the Blue Devils. Yet another opportunity for the Blue Devils to clinch here, but at a different court, as Faris Khan now as a deuce point, deciding point, match point. Or rather, this is Faris Khan clinches. That is it. Your Duke Blue Devils are heading to the Sweet 16. As we see Faris Khan flexing his muscles. That was a 6-3, 3-6, 6-2 performance from the Blue Devils, and a lot of emotion here at Duke as Faris Khan is able to make it through. And Samuel Paquette does fall in 3 sets, but what an effort from Cornell, which unfortunately was a little too late for the Cornell Big Red, as the team does fall 4-1 to Duke. Duke is heading to the Sweet 16 of the NCAA Team Championships. They win the regional final today at home, and what a match, really, just unfortunately for Cornell fans, that team just a little too late was able to get hot at the end, and it was really a lot closer than a 4-1 match. Could have easily been a 4-3 match, but here we are, 4:55 p.m., almost 5 p.m. Eastern time. This match, of course, started a few hours ago, so we've been battling all day. We've been battling all weekend here at Cracked Rackets. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff, and of course, all of us, along with Alex Gruskin, have been bringing you college tennis matches all weekend. This is our 26th of our broadcast on my stream. Same Alex Gruskin adding a few more hours last night after, of course, the 4-3 win Duke women falling to UCLA 4-3 at that same site last night. So at Duke in Durham, that court really got a lot of play. That entire facility just got a lot of action this weekend. So it's been fun. It's been lovely, of course, an adventure, as always, bringing you these college tennis matches again. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again soon.